Testing. Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wendy Julian, and we're going to get started shortly. I just wanted to let everyone know that we're recording the meeting, and Janae's going to start the recording. So we have a bunch of things on our agenda, and we'll be moving forward.
Good morning. It is 9:15, Thursday, January 11th, 2024, and I am calling to order the meeting of the Los Angeles Probation Oversight Commission. I'm Melinda Kakani, Chair of the Commission. Happy New Year to everyone, and thanks for joining us. This morning, we are pleased to welcome a new face to our commission meetings. Oh, okay. All right. So at this time, I will turn it over to Wendy Julian, our Executive Director, to explain how you can participate during this meeting, and then she'll call the roll.
Thank you. And as Chair Kakani indicated, we may be moving a few things around on our schedule in order to accommodate the panelists and their arrival. As we do have, I'll call the roll in a minute, but we do have quorum of commissioners, as you all may be able to see on camera. As always, the Probation Oversight Commission is built on the concept of encouraging real public participation in our meetings. We welcome your comments in person here live and also via WebEx today. You can use the little raise your hand function, the button on the bottom of the screen, or if you're calling in, dial *3. You do have to unmute yourself even after we unmute you so that you can give your comment, and we will take comments in the room and then take comments online. We'll be placing a time limit on the length of comments for each agenda item. It sort of depends on how many people are signed up for comment. That'll be up to Chair Kakani. We also, and I think you'll hear more about this later, are going to be scheduling some additional town halls going forward to encourage public participation on specific issues. As a reminder to the panelists today, if you could please speak directly into the microphone. I know we're in a smaller room today and it's easy to hear in the room, but for people online, it's very important to have the direct speaking into the microphone so that they can hear online. I'd like to share a couple of communication guidelines. Please, when you're giving public comment, stop speaking immediately when your time ends. Make sure your public comment relates to the subject matter of that item. Although if you want to talk about something else not on the agenda, we'll have general public comment at the end of the meeting. Please remain respectful to each other and the forum. If you need any help participating, please feel free to reach out. If you're on WebEx, just send a message to the host and you'll get a response right back from Janae about how to connect. We have a lot of ways we can help you either manage the IT or also we can call you. And we really want to hear from you. If you don't want to give your comment live, we'd like to see it in writing. You can email it to us at info@lacounty. I'm sorry, I should know the email by now. info@poc.lacounty.gov. And you can submit it as public comment and we'll attach it to the agenda. It'll be public and available to read to everyone, or you can send it to us and tell us you wish for it to remain anonymous. Either way is fine. So with that, again, we're broadcasting live on YouTube. We don't engage with the users on YouTube, but you can watch it there now or watch it later. Buenos días, bienvenidos a nuestra reunión. Se ha iniciado la conferencia por WebEx y también en persona. Si le gustaría hacer un comentario público, por favor haga clic en la imagen de la mano que está en la parte baja de la página y abriremos su micrófono. Si está escuchando por teléfono y quiere hacer comentario, tiene que presionar *3 y le avisaremos con su número de teléfono cuando sea su turno. También puede ver la conferencia por YouTube, pero si hace un comentario ahí en el chat, no vamos a comunicar con usted. Le damos, si prefiere hacer sus comentarios en español, tendrá 4 minutos o el doble del tiempo que le damos a todos los demás. Podemos proveer traducción al inglés o usted puede proveer su propio traductor. Al iniciar su comentario, nomás avísenos que quiere ayuda con la traducción. Muchas gracias. I'm going to call the roll. Commissioner Canales, Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Garcia-Lays, Commissioner Jackson continues to be on leave, Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Meredith, Commissioner Mundo, Commissioner Terry, and Chair Kakani.
Here.
Chair Kakani, we have quorum, and I'll turn it over to you.
Okay. We'll just move on to agenda item. Yeah. Yeah, but I won't. Okay. All right, thank you, Wendy. Let's proceed with item 2, the approval of the December 14th meeting minutes. Wendy, do we have any written public comments or live public comments for item number 2?
No written comments. Does anyone else have, do we have any, I'm sorry. No previous written comments. Janae, do we have anyone who would like to make comments, or anyone in the room who'd like to make comments on the meeting minutes from last meeting? Okay.
Can I have a motion to approve the December 14th meeting minutes? We have a motion by Commissioner Canales, seconded by Commissioner Mundo. Are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, commissioners, please unmute your, please vote with the voice vote. Anyone opposed? Go ahead. Aye. Okay. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Oh, sorry.
John, into the mic.
I'm abstaining only because as I'm reading through the minutes in terms of the TMDT meetings for youth that are inside, our credible messengers also attend these MDT meetings and update the judges and the other staff on youth that are currently housed there. So I think that should be noted that it's not just DYD, they're actual credible messengers that attend the MDT meeting. These are
The JJ, oh, sorry. This was for the MDTs connected to the secure release program? Okay.
they participate in MDTs. Like literally, they sometimes have to leave the facility in order for them to get on Zooms to be able to participate.
Commissioner Lewis, are you asking for a change to the minutes, or are you asking to abstain from the minutes?
Just
Because you can do
just-
either one.
Changing to include that these mentors are actively involved in MDTs and updating participation of youth and how they're improving.
So is the changes to add credible messengers to the list of participants of the MDTs in the
Correct.
minutes? Okay,
Correct,
so I
yes.
think Commissioner Canales made the motion. So Commissioner Canales has to agree to approve to it, that amendment with the motion. Of course, I agree. And so do you.
Thank you.
And so do I.
Yes. Okay. All right, so we have to take another vote for, so with those changes, commissioners, please vote with the voice vote to approve the December 14th meeting minutes. Aye. All right. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries unanimously. And we will move to agenda item number 3, where we'll be discussing and taking appropriate actions or action on elections for the positions of chair, vice chair, and secretary of the Los Angeles County Probation Oversight Commission. The nominations have been posted to the agenda, and all 3 positions are uncontested. Eduardo Mundo is nominated for chair, Commissioner Dolores Canales is vice chair, and Commissioner Diane Terry is secretary. Wendy will be facilitating the elections and public comment.
Thank you, Chair Kakani. And I know I mentioned this at the last meeting, but it's well worth mentioning again. I want to start by expressing my sincere thanks to Chair Kakani and Secretary Garcia Lays for their service over the last year. And this is 2 years of service for Garcia Lays. Yes? Am I wrong about that?
Strange. We missed
It was
one last
strange. You're right. With the absence of the chair, Chair Kakani and Commissioner Garcia Lays have stepped up and provided excellent leadership and preparation and service, and that makes my job so much easier. And I'm just extraordinarily thankful. So with that, before I ask for a motion on the proposed officers, are there any other nominations for officer positions from commissioners? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to ask the commissioners to vote separately on the candidates. I think that's the cleanest way to do it. But before that, we'll take public comment on all of the nominations, assuming that you're okay with that, County Council? So we'll take public comment on all of the nominations. So just to reiterate, it's Commissioner Eduardo Mundo for chair, Commissioner Dolores Canales for vice chair, and Commissioner Diane Terry for secretary. Would anyone like to make public comment who's here in the room? Or if you'd like to make public comment and you're on WebEx, use the raise your hand function or dial *3 on your phone. There's nobody in the room who's leaping up to the podium. Do we have somebody online? Okay. Oh my gosh. You have summoned him into the room. Commissioner Canales just asked if you were here, Mr. Bell. We were calling for public comment on the elections nominations. So that was precipitous. Okay, so I would like for a commissioner to make a motion to elect Commissioner Eduardo Mundo as chair. That way we can just do a yes or no vote. Do I have a motion? So a motion by Commissioner Meredith, and is there a second? Was that Frankie Carrillo, Commissioner Carrillo? Any comments? Okay, so will you please vote yes, no, or abstain? Sorry, I'm going to go back to my list so I call you in order. Commissioner Canales, Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Garcia-Lays,
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Meredith, Commissioner Mundo, Commissioner Terry, Chair Kakani. Commissioner Mundo is elected unanimously. So now we will, thank you. Now we'll vote on Commissioner Dolores Canales as vice chair, and we'll do the same thing. Commissioner Canales? Commissioner Carrillo? Commissioner Garcia-Lays? Commissioner Lewis? Commissioner Meredith? Commissioner Mundo? Commissioner Terry? Commissioner Kakani? So with, oh, yes, thank you. I did the vote without a motion. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're right. You're right, Commissioner Canales. We need to redo that. Thank you, Chair Kakani. Yes, that's right. Commissioner Canales is going to have a new role. Can I please have a motion to elect Commissioner Dolores Canales as vice chair? That's Millie Kakani making the motion, and the second is Eduardo Mundo. Okay, so now we're going to go through the vote again. Are there any comments? Okay, Commissioner Canales, Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Garcia-Lays,
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Meredith, Commissioner Mundo, Commissioner Terry, Chair Kakani. So with the absence of Commissioner Jackson, Dolores Canales is unanimously elected as vice chair. So could I have a motion to elect Commissioner Diane Terry as secretary? That's Eduardo Mundo making the motion. Was that Commissioner Carrillo seconding? Any comments? Okay, so we're now voting for Diane Terry to be elected as secretary. Commissioner Canales, Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Garcia-Lays,
Yes.
Commissioner Lewis, Commissioner Meredith, Commissioner Mundo, Commissioner Terry, and Commissioner Kakani. So with the absence of Commissioner Jackson, Commissioner Terry is unanimously elected. I want to wish you my heartfelt congratulations and thank you in advance for all the work that I'm going to ask you to do and that your fellow commissioners are going to ask you to do. Would you like to, if you'd like to make some brief comments, I'm going to start with Commissioner and now Secretary Diane Terry.
I don't have too many comments other than thank you, and I appreciate the work done before me, and will carry it on to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Hi, I just want to thank everybody for the nomination and the election, and this role is very important to me, as is this commission, and I will do my best. I continue to learn and grow from everyone to work towards solutions that are overall in the best interest of everyone involved.
I too want to express my gratitude to my colleagues here for entrusting me with this responsibility. It's overwhelming. This is important work. It touches a lot of lives, the youth, their families, the officers who serve on a daily basis, as advocates, as mentors, all the agencies that are involved, all the CBOs that are involved. It's a partnership. I understand that. And I hope that this arena continues to be a place of discourse. Not like today's Congress, but one where we really talk with each other, because in my 30 years as a probation officer, I understood the importance of talking to each other and listening. In my work after that, being in so many spaces with so many people I can call friends, people with lived experience, people with academic interest, just individuals who stop me and ask me about the work. I understand that everybody has one goal, and that's to make this a place where our youth are served and don't return on. But that isn't done with one entity. Probation isn't alone in the work. They actually have to take the brunt of all the policies that are made and then fit them into an environment that is nuanced, very nuanced. I look forward to a year of working with everybody, listening to everybody, and making sure that our town halls incorporate what people really want to learn about. And when they have something to say, it's important. My nephew recently has become interested in my work and maybe applying. I encouraged him to. And I promised him that through this work, that the system will create a profession that he will be proud of. And I'm hoping to keep that promise in the time that I'm on this commission, whether it's in leadership or whether it's sitting aside leadership. I thank you all, and I encourage you to contact us, not just me, if you have any ideas of what needs to be talked about. Thank you.
Congratulations to Commissioner Terry, Commissioner Canales, and Chair Mundo. This meeting. Okay, I didn't know if I was passing it over right now, which I'm happy to do. Okay. Not that I didn't enjoy this opportunity. So before we move on to the next agenda item, I just wanted to welcome two new folks to our commission meetings and to the LA County Probation Department. And that's Chief Deputy Kimberly Epps, who recently joined the department overseeing all juvenile operations and supporting, I think Chief Villaraigosa has appointed her as his delegate to the commission, which is an incredible step. And we look forward to building a collaborative relationship with you, Chief Deputy Epps. And also Mr. Mashal Cash. Did I say that? Was that wrong? Okay. Okay. But yeah, I would love for you all to introduce yourselves briefly if you want to share a few words with the folks listening in today about your roles and how you see yourselves interacting with the Probation Oversight Commission.
Thank you. And before you do that, if you could just, you missed my my request at the beginning. We need you to speak directly into the microphone because we have a bunch of people participating online. And so that's the best way to keep them involved.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Kimberly Epps, and as stated, I am the newly appointed Chief Deputy. I'm excited to be here. I realize that there are several challenges, as the Commissioner just stated. It cannot be done alone. I have 33 years of service with probation And most of my career, if not all of it, has been spent prioritizing community partnerships and collaboration. I realize how important it is. I have system-involved members of my own family, people that have exited. My very first day at work in juvenile hall, my uncle was 2 units down. So I really appreciate those opportunities to collaborate and partner. I know how important it is to have effective rehabilitation strategies and reentry. So thank you. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Chief Deputy Officer. My name is Michelle Kashafalkita, Cash for short, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be here today. Chair Mundo, I share your sentiments. I have worked in the criminal justice system for over 24 years, and I understand that, throughout the years, I came into this country as an immigrant with nothing in my pocket. And I was given an opportunity to come here and to serve and to give back to the community that's given me so much. Unilaterally, I'm also in the Army and the Reserves. I hold the rank of Major, promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, and I'm currently Inspector General for the Army Reserve. And I am looking forward to great things here in probation. I want to be able to all of us to work together, because if we can't work together and we can't get along and we can't fix what's right, then the people behind us suffer. And I'm really looking forward to a lot of positive things in this department, the way forward. So I thank you again, and I'm always available. Myself and Chief Deputy and the Chief were all available for any questions, comments, and concerns, day or night. I came to serve. So thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if it was said, but Cash's role is Chief of Staff.
Thank you. I am the Chief of Staff. I'm just proud to be here. Happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, which is regarding the Probation Department's global plan for facilities. The discussion will include 1, probation's progress towards reaching compliance for areas of non-compliance with Title 15 and Title 24, according to recent California Board of State and Community Corrections inspections. And 2, updates from probation's Human Resources Division on current department-wide staffing, personnel information, including rates of staff on leave, callouts, and deployment of field staff to address staffing issues. Is there room for you, Ms. Carlisle?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Sanders will give a verbal presentation, I think, related to compliance with the Board of State and Community Corrections inspections and Title 15 and Title 24. And Ms. Carlisle will be providing an update or a presentation on staffing and personnel information.
Now it's on. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. So back again to give you the update from where we were last, I believe it was the last meeting I was in that we spoke where we were. So I'm going to give you an update for BSCC compliance for both of the institutions, for both LP, both Barry J. So going through, and I'm going to go through each of the items again so we can be clear, and then I'll leave it, hopefully leave it with not a lot of questions. Hopefully I'll answer them as I go through. And I will say that in a relatively short time, there's been a lot of work going into this. So I'm feeling a lot more confident every day as we move through. So the first section of the areas that were non-compliant that we were in our cap that we had to address. The first area is staffing, and that was 1321 in the regs. And so that was, no, we're doing both. We're doing both because both of these, there was a lot of overlap. So we're doing both. So that was completed a while ago. And I mentioned that the last time that we've done our analysis and we know where we are as far as staffing. We're able to meet the basic needs to be able to provide programming and safety. So that's where we are with 1321. 1322 was a huge training. It was our site-specific training that all of our employees who provide supervision for our youth in both of the facilities had to have the site-specific training that went above and beyond their core training. That was completed in both of the institutions with the exception of a few that will not be working until they complete that training. So we're marking that as complete because everyone who is providing supervision currently has finished that training. Policy and procedure manuals for both Both DSB and SYTF have been completed and are online, have been signed off, and are live and active. We're training our staff to those. There's little nuances in both of the policies that were updates from what was previous. With SYTF is completely different because we had to create an SYTF specific manual. So anything that's different as it rolls out, as it relates to policy and procedures for SYTF, and that it was new for us. So that manual is a little different. Some of the things are basically the same. Some of the supervision things are the same, but there are nuances where, and it talks about stages and what's different with SYTF. So that's in that manual. And that's section 1324. Fire and safety is 1325. That's been completed. We were completed with that some time ago. I think I reported on that the last few times. Safety checks, also same thing, both completed. We're doing safety checks it's electronic now. I think everybody is aware of that. We're using Guard One, that you actually go and hit a tag and it records that what time you've done your safety checks. There are quality assurance pieces where we are aware of when a safety check was not done, and staff are required to either make a note if there's a reason why the safety check wasn't done, along with an SIR. There could be different reasons. You could be a couple of minutes late, whatever it is, there'll be an alert. It'll actually turn red. And when that happens, you have to make a note of why I didn't make that check. Room confinement is 1354, and that is completed. Just basically explaining to staff what has to happen. Whenever a young person is in room confinement, there has to be requisite documentation to support that, and the checks and has to be done. And our quality assurance team on the grounds are checking that to make sure that we're in compliance with that. Use of force, 1354. When I say use of force, I'm talking about the training. So all of the staff and both of the institutions have completed their training with use of force. So we mark that as complete. Use of restraints was complete the last time, but I'll talk again. That's anytime you move a young person in mechanical restraints. You have to have the documentation to explain why and document when the restraints went on and when they came off. So that's complete as well. Searches, 1360, and that's just to make sure that we're doing the searches when we say we're doing searches according to policy. So there's checks and balances on that also. There are SIRs, special incident reports, that accompany the searches that were done on a daily basis as per policy. Program, I'm sorry, that's 1360. So program, recreation, and exercise, which is 1371. We spoke about that before, is ensuring that the young folks get the programs that are scheduled. Exercise and recreation is being completed according to what we have. We've also been increasing the programs that are coming in, not as fast as we'd like them to come in, but we're in the process of signing off on several contracts for CVOs that will provide some of those programs for our young folks at both places, at both sites. And the last one, area of noncompliance, according to the CAP, was discipline, and that's 1390. And when I say discipline, I'm talking about the behavior management piece of the policy, where we've trained our staff for an BMP, behavior management program, to be able to provide incentives to increase positive behavior throughout the kids, give them incentives and things to reach for and things to strive for. And also for SYTF stages, where you start with at Barry J, for instance, you have stages 1 through 4 that they go through. 4 being the beginning of your step downs. When I say step downs, I mean step down inside the facility. When they go to Kilpatrick, you have stages 5 through 8. So this portion speaks to that and how youth can matriculate through that process, working with their caseworkers and their other staff to make sure that they're really going through all the stages, even with the journaling and setting goals and reaching those goals. So this is part of that. And the incentive, it's incentive based, which we know helps with behavior. So that is all of the areas, and I'm sure that there are questions, and so I am. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we'll separate out the two different pieces, if that's all right. So if there are any questions from the commissioners related to Mr. Sanders's presentation, we can start with that. So I'm gonna start to my far right. Mr. Meredith, do you have any questions? Sorry, Commissioner Meredith. Commissioner Carrillo? And into the mic.
Thank you. Sandra's great presentation. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Just one question about what's the delay on these CBOs not being approved?
Well, we're working through the contract process, so I don't want to say that there's a delay. We're going through the process. So our contracts folks have, as a matter of fact, as soon as I leave here, I have a meeting with our contracts and one of the CBOs to sign off on things. So we're just at the point where we're signing off on things and making sure that all of the dots are, all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and then working on SOWs to make sure that when the programs come online, it's exactly what we want and it's exactly what they said they would do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Terry? No? Commissioner Canales?
I just want to ask one question too, similar. Is it the same process for all the CBOs across the board? Because some are complaining that they have not even had an opportunity or.
It is the same process, but I'm not aware of anyone who's not had the opportunity because we're working, to my knowledge, we're working really quickly through all of those. There's some that I'm working on. There's some that are being worked on in other arenas, but I do know that the process is really moving really quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Mundo? No? All right. Commissioner Garcia-Lace?
Has the deadline for completing the cap for Nydorf passed?
Yes.
So the inspections were done by the BSCC, final inspections, or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay. And the deadline for the LP cap is?
It was the 10th.
It was the 10th. Okay.
Yes.
I was thinking it was any day now, but it was yesterday.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And no inspection from the BSCC for that yet either?
Not yet.
Yes. What are the plans for the inspection?
So generally what happens when the inspection, the inspector will let us know certain dates when they will be in town and will request certain documentation. To my knowledge, I've not seen that yet. So that's generally the process. And we get the documentation as much as possible ahead of the visit so that the inspector can look at things and, ask questions. So when they come in, the inspection is really clean. That's the general process. And that's what I expect is going to happen this time.
When was the last time a BSCC inspector inspected either facility?
Or was it August? August. Yeah.
So Lisa Southwell?
Lisa Southwell.
So she hasn't been physically on?
She's been, but it was not a formal inspection. She's been around.
Right. So when was the last time she was around?
Last 2 weeks ago.
Okay. And when she was around doing these informal inspections, did she look at any documentation?
No, she didn't.
Okay. So we've requested at every opportunity in meetings and by email for several months now, the documentation on staffing that will be provided to Ms. Southwell when she does her inspection. And you've promised several times you would get that to us, and I haven't seen it yet. Is it? And I think you said at the last meeting that it was just starting to be prepared right before the last meeting.
Right.
Is it there? Is it finished? What's going on with that?
Are you speaking of the analysis? I think that's what you're speaking of.
Well, what we talked about last meeting was that it certainly would not be enough to pass inspection to have sufficient staff physically for just the period of time when Ms. Southwell is doing the inspection.
Correct.
Right. That she's going to want to see that the cap has been achieved over some period of time. And so that would mean looking at documentation of staff. So
Correct.
that's what we've asked for, is that documentation.
Okay. So I'm sure we can.
Do you have it? I mean, is it together or is it still not?
No, it's
assembled?
together because we have to look at it every day to make sure that we're within our guidelines.
Okay, so why hasn't that been presented?
We can work on that.
That's what you said last time, though.
No, I don't
You
remember.
still don't have a
saying-
reason?
I don't remember saying that about that, but we can work on that.
Okay, I'll find the minutes and seconds in the meeting and send it to you.
Okay.
Okay, so my concern is really just, as we went into detail last meeting, that when I have done visits, I have seen staff on light duty, staff who are field staff who've come in, who are not working with the young people in the units. And when I've gone into day rooms, despite having seen lots of staff at the facility, there's not a lot of staff in the rooms. and we wanted to make sure that that was happening. So I'm still unsure. And so hopefully we can get that, look at that. Although now, like you said, we're a matter of a few weeks away from this whole thing being done. So yeah. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Commissioner, if I may go back to the issue of the staffing, I know I had 8 questions that I received and sent some response to this morning. And I know that was a little late, but for some clarification, I didn't see anything about staffing in the question. So if I can get the question, I didn't see anything in the list that I had or the chart, but if I can get the specific question, we can get on that today and get you something as soon as possible.
Wendy, is that I mean, are we miscommunicating about what we're calling one of these items?
The list that I believe Deputy Chief Epps is referring to referred to the original email that was sent on November 13th after the meeting on November 10th that had a request about the logs and staffing reports that were to be submitted to the BSCC. So I guess I would disagree with the fact that maybe the specific list didn't say that, but the original email very clearly repeated the wording of the motion. That was actually not from this last meeting, but from the previous meeting.
Thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Lewis, do you have any questions? Can you talk into the mic, just so our folks?
We're going through is mic on? Can you hear me? It says it's on, but I don't. Can you hear me? Check. Microphone check. Microphone check. Two different. Yeah. So we're going through the contracting process with a program called the Swan Within, athletics program that does ballinetics, weightlifting, strength building. And just so you can Google them, great organization. And because it's a larger contract and we want to make sure that the programs are set, because we're working in conjunction with both CVK and Barry J. I didn't realize it was going to take this long because we're plugging in and I'm like, it's frustrating to me, but it's one CBO working with another CBO to make sure that it's what we want, to make sure that, like, because they're 2 times a day, just to get in the weeds for an example. First thing in the morning, youth are brought out to do warm-ups. They might run around, do stairs, do some exercise, then they go to class, and they come back. And throughout the day, each unit gets another exercise period. So plugging in the right times when ballinetics the Swan Within will be there without interfering with the other programs that are happening. Like, it's almost like a puzzle. And it's not a complaint, it's just, I didn't realize as more programs come in, it becomes more complex. And that's one of the things I just wanted to share. I do know that the BSCC came in, and I think it was Ms. Saul, she asked specifically, they looked on this agenda, and each program has a designated time, and asked to see ARC's curriculum that was being ran. So they went into the unit to see what it was, and then additionally asked for, like, what is the curriculum? Can we look at it? And so those things are happening because it's coming to me separate from what's going on, just to make sure those things are happening. So those things are happening in real time, and I'm up there multiple times a week. I'm hoping that some of the guys that are credible messengers will come to this so they can also share what they're seeing with you, which is, in my opinion, we're getting to where I'm hoping. There's one thing that I do have one question that's separate from this. And this may not be something that can be answered by the staff. This is more of a county issue. Where are we at with that scanner? Because I know it's a capital project now, where they have to, the airport scanner. To me, it's one of the most important tools that we can give both LP and Barry J to make sure that our children are safe. So that's my one question, because I know it's a capital project, because they have to build out the front entrances to fit these massive machines. Have they been purchased? And where we at making those, like actually having them where everybody walks through.
So you're speaking of the scanners in the front, not the bodies.
The scanners in the front, like the airport
So,
scanners
right,
that you
right.
will walk.
So I know that's on, like you just said, it's a part of the capital projects, but like, you know how things go. So it's moving through that process. I couldn't tell you today exactly where that is.
Commissioner, you will have an answer within 24 hours to let you know what the status is. You got it, Commissioner.
Okay, so I've got a few questions. Related to 1324 and Policy Procedures Manual, it sounds like the manual is ready, but all of the staff are trained. Is that right?
So the manuals were just completed. So all staff will be they'll be training. I think SYTF's manual was completed last week, signed off and published, and as was with DSB was this week.
Okay.
So that's an ongoing thing.
So the training
Yes.
hasn't necessarily
Correct.
completed.
Correct.
And then deployed folks, are they also required to like complete that training before they get deployed?
Yes. Well, with the manual part, that's something separate. But all the other trainings, the answer is yes.
Okay. And then at the last POC meeting, you had also mentioned that education was an issue of non-compliance. That's what I've listed here.
So
And
it was a concern. I wouldn't necessarily say it was an area of non-compliance, but it was a concern because it goes to everything. If there's not enough staff to get kids to recreation, to where enough to get to school. So what we've done in the interim is ensured that we have someone who's every day looking to see what time Scott goes to class. Did Scott go to class? Is there a reason that Scott did not go to class? And then we work with LACO and reconcile those.
Okay, so I just want to go back to our last meeting and just read from the minutes, just so that we're all on the same page. Commissioner Garcia-Lays shared his sentiments about the staff to youth ratios at LP and requested information about the compliance tracking logs, proofs of practice, and written practices. Bureau Chief Sanders mentioned that it is one of the department's goals to have cohesive documentation, practices, and tracking logs for all the facilities. So I think it was pretty clear that we were all expecting to see what was coming of these manuals, because frankly, that's just a checklist, right? Manual's done, checklist. But the meat of this is in the implementation. And the way we track implementation is by seeing these logs that we've been asking, or at least Commissioner Garcia-Lays has been asking for since August, I believe, when you all were out of compliance. So it would be great if not at 8:09 the morning of, but in advance of the next POC meeting, we received what it looked like for you all to track these things. What it looked like for when young people are being taken to class, if they're not taken to class, what the issue is, what it looks like when, young people are getting unit school, which every time I've gone to LP, I see young folks getting unit school. Unit school meaning that they're getting education in the day room, which is wildly disruptive and the furthest thing from meaningful education. And 90% of the time it's packets that young folks aren't interested in completing. So I just think that if you all are saying that you're here to do something different, then it would be helpful to see something that shows that.
Understood.
And related to rec, I remember you saying that there was recreation and programming, that there was going to be some sort of, I can't remember if it was you or someone else who said there was going to be some sort of website or something that shows like who's coming when and how many young people. Yeah, a program map. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It was Mr. Banuelos, who's no longer with the department, but just wondering if, I think in terms of tracking programming, because again, this isn't just about a checklist, I think for those of us who are sitting on this commission, and I imagine it's not for you either. So as it relates to rec and programming, has that program map site launched?
So we're looking at two different apps. So yes, that was mentioned, and that is something that's being worked on to make sure that it tracks. So one is just to make sure that, hey, whatever program, and this will be near and dear to Wendy. So we walk into any unit, when you walk in and you have the schedule with you, that what is drafted on the schedule is actually happening there. So that's what that app will capture. But I will do this. I will say this, that every now and then there might be deviations from those calendars. Our concern is as long as something is happening, and if there's a deviation, as long as if unit X for instance, is supposed to, is indicated that they go outside at 3 o'clock, but then they're not outside at 3 o'clock. But there's a reason if the officer of the day, the director of the day says, hey, you know what, we need to move some things around because there's a program coming in, which was kind of what happened on one of our walks. So we went outside and it's, oh, wait a minute, unit R is outside. So they're going to flip the rec. But this app is going to actually give a real picture of what's supposed to happen when. Now it might, what it won't capture is those times when you have to actually change some things around, just because things are fluid in the institution. So sometimes you might have to make some adjustments. And there's another app that's being worked on that will actually say what is still, when I say it's being worked on, it's not ready yet, but it will say what recreation, what Scott participated in. And it'll give specifics, because that's one of the questions that when we look at programs and the effectiveness, who actually participated, what kids participated, and that actually goes into for some of our DSS things for our programming to see what milestones went. Did the young person actually go to these programs?
Do you have a date for which those apps will launch?
The program-specific app was expected to launch on March the 15th. Then there's a program tracking application, and that's going to actually be in pilot. And I will confirm the units, but I believe it's going to be R&S, and that is going to be piloted. We don't want to roll it out to the entire facility. We want to have an opportunity to work out the glitches in that, and I can get you specific information on that as well. But the program app is expected to launch March the 15th.
Thank you. Any follow-up? Yes, Commissioner Carrillo.
Just one. Thank you, Chair. Are these apps will be on staff members' personal phones? Or is this going to be a phone that will be assigned to a specific unit? Can you talk to us about that?
These will not be used on personal phones. This is confidential information, so no personal phones. And we will not issue phones in the facility because those are prohibited electronic devices. However, staff will get pilots that are loaded with the programs, and they'll be used on the pilot, and it can directly upload to any system that we're using to manage the information.
And has there been any safeguards to make sure nothing else can be uploaded to these phones?
Yes, with all county electronic devices, we have certain firewalls and protections, certain things you can't use, flash drives and other protections, but I can get you our policy and some information about that.
And I'm not worried about, I should be worried as well about this, but I'm not worried about anyone hacking this information. I'm worried about staff members using that phone for personal reasons and circumventing this policy about no phones on the inside. So if someone or tablet, I mean, you have Google search, you can do things that you're not supposed to be doing while you're working, which is my concern. So if we can look into that, and I would really appreciate that document you just suggested.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. All right. With that, and it seems no one has any additional questions, we'll move to Ms. Carlisle's presentation on staffing and callouts.
Hi, good morning. Deanna Carlisle, Human Resources Probation. And I was asked to provide an update. The last update was in November, so this update takes us through the end of the year. There's a number of changes, and I'll try and walk through each of those changes. But basically, what we've been asked to provide in the past, and I'm updating, is the overall departmental data related to leaves. So from the last meeting, I think I reported out 409 employees on continuous leaves department-wide. We're at 381 by the end of December. So that is a downward change, which is a good thing. And on intermittent leaves, we went from 796 to 793 to 799. So that does stay fairly stable. It has gone up a little bit department-wide, but not so significantly that, it's a note of concern at this point. Number of employees on modified duty department-wide overall, and we have two different kinds of modified duty. We have staff who are pending with permanent restrictions, pending reassignment to another position. And that number has dropped as we continue to work through those staff and get them reassigned. And then we have temporary modified light duty, which is if somebody has an injury or something that they need to recover for a certain period of time, then they're placed on temporary mod light duty. So the totals went from, I think the last reported in October, 138 down to 102, down to 91. So I will speak briefly about some of the things that we're doing to address these areas. And I believe I mentioned before that in partnership with DHR, County HR, we're working on all of our leaves and making sure that we're examining all of them, that we're going through the required legal interactive accommodation process. DHR has actually stepped in fold, and they are reviewing all of our staff that reported that they needed accommodation to complete their sworn duties. And I believe it started out somewhere in the ballpark about 1,800 people we were looking at, and they're chipping away at that right now, even as we speak. It is a process. The law does require, certain steps be taken, but DHR is working with a special team to do that for the department. Then the update goes down to a breakdown of the juvenile halls institutions data as well as SYTF. And so number of employees on continuous leaves, again, October was about 190, November 187, down to 170. So we are seeing people either separate from employment if they're unable to return from leave or come back from those leaves. So we're seeing those numbers come down some. Number of intermittent leaves has actually gone up a little, but not enough. Again, it went from 243 to 231 up to 235. So not anything that is significant or of note. There's fluctuation always with these things as people, have different needs or they come off of a leave from the previous year and they apply for a new leave, things like that. So nothing really to note of import there. Then, sorry, let me. Number of employees with permanent work restrictions on mod duty. Again, that number did go down because we are very targeted on trying to make sure that we are moving people through if they can no longer perform a certain function or job, that we're going through that process and finding an alternate work assignment and giving them a reassignment to that. And those are the permanent ones. So we went from 12 to 14 to 9. Then the number of employees on temporary modified light duty for each of the work locations is broken down. And I believe I mentioned in the last meeting, and maybe even in the first one, that in August of last year, the chief indicated that we would do our best to provide modified light duty on site. So you don't see as high of numbers following that August change. Those numbers have kind of come down a little bit, but we are providing at this time modified light duty at all of the locations, all of the institutional locations. And the next section is the call out data. The call out data actually is tracked and managed on site. So when it comes to specific questions, I know that last time Albert was able to answer some questions on this area. I do have the data for you, but as far as analysis, I'll have to reach out to Scott on what that actually translates to. But we have the call out data all the way through December for both Barry J and LP. And I don't know if you had a chance to review that because we did get the request kind of late. I did try and send it over yesterday, but
I did not receive an email yesterday.
okay. All right. We'll circle back with Marissa. So I'll just then go into the call out data that was updated for December. Assigned, it shows 161, and in the AM, 129 in the PM, and 141 at night, with a total of 431, and an average call out for the assignments of 13.9. Then on the deployed, 252 for the AM shift, 162 for the PM shift, 86 for the night shift with a total of 500 and an average COD of 16.1. That's for Barry J. I know there was some discussion about the numbers at Barry J being significantly different than the numbers at LP. So for LP, the callouts in December assigned 555 for the AM, 705 for the PM, 324 for the night, for a total of 1,584 with an average call out of 51.1 for the assigned. And for the deployed, AM 426, PM 328, night 247 for a total staffing of 1,001 with an average of 32.3. Okay. So as we've had discussion, and I believe I shared with you before, last time I presented, I also gave you an update on what we're doing to try and address the absenteeism problems that we're faced with. So not only through new hires, because our new hires are not quite keeping up with our attrition, although I do want to give some updates on our staffing and hiring and recruitment plan. We did initiate our contract with CPS. CPS is a firm that will be focused on a targeted social media campaign to help us increase our number of candidates coming into our pipeline. And typically in December, around the holidays from about Thanksgiving on, you'll start to see a dip in applications because people are focused on holidays and family and things like that, and not necessarily on applications. So it's pretty common for us to see a dip. Now, it's kind of early for us to tell these numbers, but we didn't see the kind of dip that we normally see. So to me, that speaks to potentially we are starting to see an increase in applications as a result, not only of CPS, but we also partnered with Indeed and did some targeted social media outreach there as well. And we did see some increased numbers and things from that. So we are still working very diligently on our recruitment campaign to bring in staffing. We did just have a class start in December with 17 additional new hires. So we've had a total of 213 new hires since we were approved to begin. I did have a question last time about how many still remain with us. And so we have had 83 leave since they were hired. Basically, they started last January is when we started seeing them complete the academy. So we've got a net total of 130 since we started, since we were given approval to begin hiring sworn staff again. The last thing that I want to touch on is something that I presented to you last time briefly, and it was what are we doing to try and address these issues and challenges with our existing staff as far as attendance. And I reported out on the project that we are focused on with addressing these attendance issues in the halls. And so I'm just going to summarize and say, as of this point, since we started that project, we've issued 956 a combination of formal and informal actions to our staff, anywhere from basically a notice of expectations. Hey, you're an employee and we expect you to show up to work, you know, the basic, all the way up to some dismissals because of staff who have a history of attendance challenges and ultimately resulted through progressive discipline in discharge. So a combination, but overall 956 actions related to attendance in the last year have been issued. And with that, I'll turn it over for questions.
Okay, thank you so much. I know in the past you provided documentation, which made this significantly easier to follow.
Yes.
And that maybe you sent it yesterday, but if you could provide that in the same format that you've historically provided it in, that would be incredibly helpful. Both I
It
think,
is.
Okay.
Absolutely. And you should have it. I will echo what Cash said. You'll have it within 24 hours if you don't already.
Okay, appreciate that. All right, so starting to my far right, Commissioner Meredith, do you have any questions?
I'm glad to see that we've done 900.
Oh, thank you.
I'm glad to see. I'm glad to see we've done 956 actions to get people back to work. As you know, and for those watching that like to linger and not show up to work, there's always Parks and Rec. You don't have to work for probation. So I'm glad to see that. I've also know that we've had some problems with the third-party vendor on workman's comp, not getting people to do doctors or whatever treatment in a timely manner. Not just us, sheriffs have had the same problem. So I just wanted to comment that, yeah, I'm glad to see we're doing this. I am concerned though that out of the 232, we only have 149 left out of that. That is not a good margin. So when we do our recruiting, are we really explaining to them what environment they're coming into?
So to respond somewhat directly to your question, there are other measures that the department is putting into place as part of our entire staffing plan and the BSCC response. And one of those is mentoring. Now, I don't have specific details on the mentoring program, but that is exactly the intent, is to make sure that not only, it takes a tremendous amount of time and money to bring people through the front door. It's a process, especially with probation. But as far as retaining our staff, our existing staff and our brand new staff, I know that the mentoring program is under development. And Scott, I'm not sure if you have any updates on that, because I know they were working with that directly at the locations. But the mentoring program is going to be a significant part of trying to make sure that the new hires stay. There's also shadowing that's happening. So Scott, can I hand it down? And oh, yeah. So there's a number of strategies that are underway to make sure that we not only bring them through the front door, but we keep them and we give them a nice 30-year experience, so they can maybe 30 years from now chair this great committee as well.
Okay, the last one's more of a comment. I've talked to a lot of staff that have retired or are retiring, and they said, we've never been offered to be a reserve DPO. Like the sheriffs and other agencies, they have this. And that's a way of retaining experienced staff, because public safety across the board is having a hard time recruiting. That's just a comment. You don't have to worry about it.
Sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to let you know just three things. Number one, we talked about mentoring and training. It's really near and dear important to me, because staff should, after they finish an academy, have a continued mentoring and training ongoing. So we are working on a field training program, field training officer program, to develop that and hopefully implement that in the very near future. In regards to recruiting, I am working with I had conversations this morning with the VA, and I'll have a CalVet along to see if we could get the transitioning military folks to come into work for probation. I understand and know the work ethics and the values that they share. And regarding to the reserve program, I have the reserve program under my close observation. It's very important to me that people want to continue to serve in some capacity. I want to make sure that we capture that, and I'll be working with HR to see that if we can have those folks wanting to come, and increasing that program, providing additional training. And I could comment that further with you.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that we're reaching out to them when they're retiring, saying, hey, you know what? Would you like to stay on and be a reserve DPO here or there? Because right now, with all the shorting staffages in public safety, that's a good way to retain that experience, especially somebody who may be good to you or mentor.
I'll make that happen. You know how I work within 20. I'll have a conversation and see what we can do to develop a plan, make that happen, and I'll reiterate that to you. Thank you.
And just to dovetail on that, we did actually last year, we reached out with the help of DHR to all of our staff that were eligible for potential coming back, as they call it, returning retiree, working part-time hours. We reached out to all of them who had left within the last 3 years, because that means training is still valid and current. And we have had some discussions with a few former staff who are interested in coming back and assisting us as well. So that is one of the strategies that we looked at as well. We're trying not to stick to just one pathway to supportive staffing, but we're looking at everything we can. So all of this input is really appreciated as well. Any ideas are welcome.
Commissioner Carrillo?
Thank you, Chair. You know, I just wanted to say I really enjoy your presentations each and every time, and this is definitely another one that I've enjoyed. I have a couple questions, and I don't mean to expand on the focus here, but is there any other concerns or problems with any other groups of employees, laundry workers, janitors, support service, who and beyond, nurses, teachers, where this problem exists as well?
The problem of attendance, you know, there are challenges with many employees on the attendance front, but no, we don't have the same comprehensive challenges in our other positions. But you'll have to remember that the majority of the department is sworn. It's generally, I mean, just roughly, it's about a 3/4 to 25% break. And I'll be frank because that's what I always am. On the administrative support side, if someone's unhappy, generally they can much more easily find alternative work within the county than perhaps a sworn person could. And so you don't see the same sort of responses with employees who are unhappy with your administrative and your support teams. Generally, they just quietly, you know, what is that term that they're using now? They quiet quit. You know, they find other employment, they move. Um, you know, I in HR have about 182 staff. We don't have the kind of turnover. We don't have the kind of challenges. Our challenge is that we try and bring in great staff and then retain them in probation. But, you know, a lot of times they'll outgrow. But to answer your question directly, no, we don't see the same kinds of leave challenges outside of the institutions and the line staff that we are experiencing elsewhere.
Thank you.
Commissioner Terry?
Just to clarify, you had mentioned a number of the staff, I think you said who joined last January and how many had been retained. What was that number?
So since the board gave us approval to start hiring and we started the process, our first class, our first academy was in January of last year. So we've had 213 new hires since then in sworn positions, with the most recent class beginning was 17. But of those 213, 83 have since left us.
And are there exit interviews done with them? And then how is that information from the exit interviews used to maybe inform future trainings or recruitment?
Yeah, so there's a number of ways that we do that. We have a procedure for exit interview that allows someone to fill out a questionnaire to speak to their supervisor or to request a meeting with me directly. In addition to that, I have done some reach out to departing staff to see if there's something, for example, if they are comfortable filling out one of the exit questionnaires and there's some comments in there that maybe need a little bit more information, I will reach out or the supervisor will reach out. In addition, during the academy, if someone leaves during the academy also has a supportive process to talk to those new staff and you know, many times they've actually been able to, you know, work around if it's a training or a kind of fit type issue. So we have a number of exit interview strategies that we try and employ. But the reality is we can't force anyone to have those meetings, and requests to meet with me directly are very rare. They do happen, and I certainly welcome the opportunity. But primarily, what we get is feedback through the survey.
And last question, of the 83 who left, do we know where they came from? Is it kind of spread? Or is there like higher numbers at certain facilities?
Oh, okay. So of the 130, they are all brand new sworn staff, which means they all go into the institutions. So they would all either be at LP or at Barry J.
Just speaking of those who left, do we know where so you're saying they were just new and they weren't yet assigned to a facility?
They were assigned to a facility. The bulk of them do go to LP.
Okay.
And so the bulk of the departing ones would be from LP, just just as a matter of alignment.
Thank you. I just want to point out that I remember when we first, came into these positions and we were constantly asking about the numbers and hearing about the call outs and everything like that. And to see this data being put together and the reports and the feedback, I want to acknowledge that I think from where we started, although, we might not be where we want to be, I think we've come a long way in a lot of the questions that we were asking and the percentages and the reasons why and everything. So I want to just from the beginning. Thank you.
I actually want to piggyback on that, and you've actually been the example. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying the types of actions that have been administered on those that are having problems. And thank you for breaking it down from assigned to deployed, because that was a question I asked before. And the only question I have today, I think I have the answer, but the 51 average, that's daily absence. And the 32, I think it was 51.
Yeah, that
that's
would be the daily average for the month of December, the
Okay.
numbers that I provided. Yeah,
Perfect. Thank you.
you're welcome. And thank you for your comments.
I will pass it to you in just a second. I just want to express something that's creating a little frustration inside of me. There have been repeated requests for information. As you all know, we were contemplating issuing subpoenas, and that was raised at the last meeting. And so it is wildly unacceptable to me to receive, and I understand you're new, Chief Deputy Epps, but to receive an email at 8:09, the purpose of this commission is to create something that resembles transparency and accountability, especially to the public, who really don't have much of a say or much access to the power that you all hold. So again, receiving information at 8 a.m. this morning means that none of these folks sitting here get to see it, get to process it, get to comment on it, let alone the folks sitting up here. And Ms. Carlisle, I appreciate that you provided your information to Ms. Ron yesterday, but for her to send an email to Ms. Julian at 10:24, like while we're having this conversation, once again means that nobody in this room, nobody sitting up here, unless we're frantically taking notes, can even make sense of what you said. I tried so hard, and if I were to go back to this in 3 minutes, I wouldn't even know what I wrote down here. So you all are a $1 billion department slated to receive $1.1 billion this year. The fact that we can't get simple follow-up in a timely manner is just unacceptable. It's outrageous, actually, and kind of shameful. So I really hope that with your all's presence, something shifts. Because as the chief said a few meetings ago, it's clear that folks don't trust us, which is why kind of dollars related to the Juvenile Justice Crime Prevention Act, some of which were transferred to the UID to monitor, to account for, because of this issue of trust. And so when data and information and things that would lend themselves to transparency aren't provided in a timely fashion, it once again undermines that trust. So I just want to put that out there, and I hope it lands, because it shouldn't require repeated text messages over holiday breaks. It shouldn't require repeated requests for months on end in public settings. It should just have to be said once. And I imagine you all collect this information in some meaningful way. I hope so, to justify the budget that you all have. And so then it should be turned over in an equally kind of responsible way. I'll pass it to you,
I will
Commissioner
say
Garcia
that
Alonso.
you're absolutely correct. It is unacceptable. It will not be an issue going forward. Things should be provided in advance of these meetings. The individual responsible for receiving information should respond. There should always be something provided in writing to allow you to have those summaries to reference, even if it's a quick update or overview. We have no excuses here. You will hear no excuses from me. You will hear no more excuses from probation. You will have what you need when you need it. Thank you.
Two questions. First is, I was concerned about the call out rate over the holidays. can any of you speak to whether or not we saw consistency over the month of December, or do we see lots of call outs in the second half and few call outs in the first half? And that's particularly important in assessing whether or not we're seeing improvement or not, because 30 and 50% call out rates are still justifying my concern. But if it was, 75% the week of Christmas and 25% the rest of the month, that actually would be a cause for believing that maybe we are making progress. So does anybody have any sense of whether or not we saw consistency in call out numbers over December, particularly in Los Padrinos?
It was pretty consistent. However, you are right that that holiday week, you did see a spike. You did see a spike. So I don't have the exact, information, but we did see a spike that week because, of course, we all looked at it knowing that the holidays were coming. So there is, and that's traditionally the spike that week.
So usually, in my experience, just working for probation, usually in our facilities, during the holidays, the Super Bowl's coming up, right? There's Thanksgiving, there's Christmas, there's the 4th of July, Mother's Day, Father's Day. So usually those times you will see the preceding days before that, there is a spike in call outs, usually, especially if they land on a weekend. So that is usually par for the course.
Thank you. The other is, I want to follow up more on these exit interviews or surveys. My experience with surveys like that is sometimes they're just score, fill in a bubble on a 1 to 5. So can you answer how many surveys have we gotten, and do they include any really helpful open-ended question responses?
Thank you. That's a good question. I like it because I have data. Not at my fingertips. I'm not that well prepared. Sorry. But we do have data on our exit interviews that we can share. We actually reformatted our exit interview survey form about a year and a half ago because it had a lot of repetition. And as you say, people would lose track. It was about a 2-page form with room for comments on the 3rd page, and you could see people losing steam about 10 questions in, which is pretty normal. So we refined it, made it a 1-page, and we did add some specific examples for written feedback as well. And so I believe that we are getting more specific and targeted information. We do track that information in HR. Over 3-4 times in a week, 4 or 5 times in a month. That's going to be a big challenge for me. So we don't. That information is given retention, and I can tell you that yes, there were two of our 83 staff who left since January, our brand new staff, that were held over 4 times in a single week. And they did state that as the reason that they left. And that was immediately brought to management to make sure that that wasn't something that happened.
I have no other questions.
Just one last question. Oh, sorry. Um, is it possible to provide data around like specific line items on salary and benefits, and then a line item on like how many dollars are spent on that, and then how much money is spent on overtime? Is that? I just don't think it's broken down in the county's budget that way. So I was just wondering if there's a way to do that.
Well, everything is tracked. Yes, through the payroll system, we can extract how much was coded to overtime and things like that in previous periods.
Okay.
So depending on the phrasing on the question, we should be able to get you that kind of data.
We have received,
future.
I agree with Ms. Carlisle, actually depends on the phrasing of the question. We've received very similar data from Mr. Smythe and Ms. Carlisle, I think, who provided that to us. That was very enlightening and really specifically broken down between the actual pay, the overtime pay. I mean, that's, I think, what Mr. Smythe,
Yeah.
he enjoys doing is that level of reporting. So I think if I can work with you to get the phrasing of that, what you'd like.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know, so I'm not really sure how to correctly phrase that, but I guess I will be asking for
Yeah.
that.
I'm aware that Mr. Smythe has presented similar data in the past, so I think we can get to what you're looking for pretty easily.
Okay, great. And I'll pass it to Mr. Cadillo before we wrap up.
Thank you, Chair Kakani. And I think you and I are on the same wavelength here. And my concern is, speaking of asking the right question and hoping to get the correct answer, Chair Kakani reminds me that this $1 billion, $1.1 billion that probation will soon receive is taxpayer money. And when I hear that there are a number of probation staff not showing up to work, I see that as wasted money that is hard earned by our, folks who are paying taxes. And can there be a line item that specifically outlines the money that is being paid to staff who are not coming to work, and that be in your either biweekly or monthly, however that's presented to us? This chart that we're talking about, as well as data, that's in there and it's updated as we move forward.
Before you answer, Ms. Carlisle, Director Smith just reminded me that we actually do have some fairly recent data. I think it was about 2 months ago, maybe, Donisha, that was received that we will upload to this agenda as part of a supporting document so that it can be public facing with the overtime data. So it won't be as recent as the numbers that you presented today, but I think that will give the commissioners a chance to look at it and see if that's what they want to see, and then that'll make the request easier.
Thank you.
Wendy, just to be sure, be clear from my end that whatever has been submitted, I want there to be like a ticker at this point now of money that is being used by probation to pay employees who are not coming to work.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I think we'll move to public comment. Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for item number 4?
I don't, before I do this, I just want to apologize and thank all of you who've attended today. We, as you know, are in a different room because our sister commission is downstairs with the big event with the HIV Commission. And so thank you for your patience, and we will get to you, and I apologize if it's warm and crowded. Janae, do we have any written comment on this item? No. Okay. Is there anyone in the room who would like to give public comment? This agenda item is regarding the global plan for facilities, the BSCC compliance with Title 15 and Title 24, and Ms. Carlisle's report on HR issues around callouts and leaves. I see at least one person in the room. If there's anyone else, you can line up behind Mr. Bell. And if you want to comment on WebEx, you use the raise your hand function. If you're calling in, you dial *3. Do you?
Just in the interest of time, because we are very far behind, we are going to have to limit public comment to 1 minute. I'm very sorry. Okay.
Timer up here. Hello, everyone. My name is Thomas Bell, newly elected member of the exec board for Camp VP. So I look forward to working with you guys. I appreciate all the things that's been completed so far, or the training and stuff. I just got one thing to ask about the SYTF. You said they go by stages. You know, they start 1, 2, 3 at Barry J, then they go to Kilpatrick for 5 and 6, right? Or 4 and 5. Well, what about the ones that get slipped into other camps? I know my camp had at least 2 kids that was SYTF kids. I know Page have a few, and I'll get the information for the other camps. But they also have SYTF kids, even though we have a camp that's specifically for them. And another one that came to an issue was the 956 formal and informal dismissals, but my time is running out, so we'll talk about that later. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Tyreek. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I just wanted to come in and just put an urgency on that global plan. I understand that there's corrective actions to the Title 24 and 15 regulation, and I just want to put a sense of urgency on it because there are children in there, and I just want to uplift that. I know there is action being taken, but it's just not moving fast enough because these kids still have to be here, and some of them have to serve a very long time in these inside of these facilities. So I just want to put a sense of urgency and just push that forward. Thank you.
Tyreek?
Hello, my name is Nicholas Tirado. I'm also part of the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I just wanted to reiterate what my brother said about the sense of urgency for the kids in there. And being a former youth that was incarcerated, I know that, we don't really see a hope in there. So they don't really see us doing this work out here. And I also want to say thank you guys for doing this work, but also just want to put that sense of urgency to help these kids inside. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Joseph. I'm with the Action Project. Regarding staffing, when I was in the halls, I was in there, but like I had fun sometimes. The staff would hook us up with barbecues. We would have basketball games against units. We would do that kind of stuff, and none of that's happening. I've even talked to staff that's been there for a long time, and they're like, "Man, this is just not the way it used to be." Couple things I jotted down for staffing issues. Youth are bored. They're irritated. They're just open in the day room playing music. Like it's like they're in the hood hanging with the homies. Like if they're not around, change the environment. That's all they know. So staff are scared, right? They're hungry. Every time I go to Barry J, the food's on the table. They don't eat. Like some of the staff help feed them. Like they bring them food, they hook them up with different stuff. Youth are just hanging out. Staff are required to report tedious documents.
That's your time. I'm so sorry
checks,
I apologize. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Adriana Rochelle. This is my comments as far as staffing and call outs. As a parent from outside looking in, it causes a lot of confusion. During visits, there's always new faces. I'm not sure if they're volunteers from the adult system, but I do notice they handle kids differently than what they're accustomed to by the officers who are there regularly. The kid said it's not so much the regular staff, it's other staff who aren't familiar with juveniles as opposed to adults. An SEO from Carson made a comment to the kids saying, should we do them how we do them in county before strip searching all the kids to humiliate them and their findings coming out negative? It's always new rules and a different protocol every time we visit. So let's just say they implement a new rule that the parents aren't too familiarized with and will miss our visit because of it. So that's just also concerning for me. I just feel like staff probably needs a little bit more training in that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrina.
Hi, my name is Sarah Shakur. I'm with Youth Justice Coalition, and I just wanted to say that that no institution that houses children will ever be in compliance. That's toxic. Y'all wouldn't want y'all kids to be housed in probation. And also, I heard someone made a comment saying that the reason why probation is calling off a lot is because of Super Bowl Sunday and Father's Day. That is not the reason why probation is calling off a lot. The reason why probation is calling off a lot is because they can. They can, and they will continue calling off. Because either way, people are going to get paid to not go to work. I do not get to get paid to go to work, so why does probation? That is wild. Also, the LA County just approved a $1.1 billion more to go to probation. How do we keep funding systems when people are not going to work? Also, I love that Adriana brought up the fact that when folks go visit their kids, how the rules keep changing. I have gone the last 4 months on a Sunday and a Saturday, and I have witnessed parents get turned away for having spaghetti straps, for having short dresses, all these things.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. That's your time.
It is okay.
I have the worst job at this meeting. Hi, Kruti.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. Commissioner Kakani, I just want to thank you so much for your demonstration of holding systems accountable. I want to lift up, continue. My name is Kruti Parekh. I'm a human outraged by the system, but just really want to continue what the former speakers have named. Parents are turned away for visitation because of what they're wearing. The young people are getting in trouble because parents are hugging their children. If there isn't one already, if there can be some direct communication with probation and parents so that very basic support can be provided so that parents and family members are not criminalized with their children. And we've been here time and time again, also curious about what the exit strategy is for every young person that's inside of the system at this time. It's $1.1 billion of too much lack of youth development. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the end of our public comment in the room. We'll go to public comment virtually. Ismail, since I can't see you, I think I'm going to ask you to facilitate it. Just one? Okay. Can you give me the name? First few digits of the number? Okay, so if you're calling in and your number is 310, you need to dial *6 on your phone, and that will unmute you. It sounds like we have your audio.
Hello?
Yes, you can begin.
Yes, my name is Cookie Lamel. I'm with the Probation Officers Union, and I hear a lot of negative things about how the probation officers are somehow calling out. But what I don't hear is that, and what I do see, because I'm the membership person who is always out at the facilities, is that there are some probation officers, particularly our group supervisor nights, who work from 10 to 6, who actually work 16 hours and sometimes more when they're held over. Nobody talks about how many of these people that there are and the input and what they do on behalf of the kids and probation. So I just wanted to make certain that people are aware that there are a lot of probation officers that work very long shifts. Thank you.
Thank you, Cookie. So I think that's the end of our public comment.
Thank you for thank you to our presenters. Thank you to those of you who provided public comment. For those of you who aren't here in person, there are a number of folks from the community who are here, who I believe are here for item number 7. So we're just going to shift to that to respect their time as well. And that's agenda item 7 is to discuss and take appropriate action on the investigation into the in-custody death of Brian Diaz and probation's death injury notification protocol. At the Probation Oversight Commission meeting on November 10th, 2023, the commission heard from Brian Diaz's mother and a number of community members. Commissioners at that time voted to request further information about the investigation and probation's policies. Specifically, we voted to request the following information, none of which has been provided, despite formal and informal requests and reminders. 1, name the agency investigating the in-custody death of Brian Diaz. 2, name the liaison between the probation department and that agency. 3, provide the POC a status update on the investigation. 4, indicate if an internal investigation occurred or is underway, and if complete, what were the findings, conclusions? If it's in progress, include the Office of the Inspector General in the investigation. 5, share the department's death notification policy and indicate if the policy was followed in the case of Brian Diaz. I hope the department will be able to provide this information in their presentation today, and that the folks who participated in our meeting in November, including Brian's mom, will know and hear that we are continuing to push for public accountability on this issue, or I should say system accountability on this issue. Chief Deputy Epps, I know you were not here in November, but I hope you've been equipped to answer these questions for us today.
We do have a copy of the process regarding deaths, notification of family members. I bought everything that's included in that series of policies because one question may lead to another. Unfortunately, we are not able to respond on any pending litigation or any pending personnel matters. There are other questions outside of that purview.
The big question, my motion was, is that what agency is the investigating agency? I believe it's LAPD. What is the status of their investigation? So get the liability issue, but what the status is, the investigation. As far as the death notification, see, it was explained to us, it was kind of an abrupt notification. See what the policy was. So should we have this in the future? Okay, so back to the death notification policy, we wanted to make sure that a policy that it's compassionate, because it's explained to us, it's not necessarily a compassionate delivery of law enforcement side of the house. We always make the notifications in person and have to take a chaplain with us. I don't know what's followed. The second thing is that there is no exposure to the county for telling us who investigative agency is and what the status of that investigation is, whether it's open or closed, and who our liaison to the department is. That's what we're looking for. Not looking for anything that's confidential or sensitive to the investigations or personnel.
Then I would say if I can take that back, I can get you guys something by the end of this week, which obviously is tomorrow, what we can respond on specifically to that with the agency and what information we may be able to provide. If it continues that we can't provide anything, I'll make that notification as well. I can tell you that I do know that Chief Vera spoke with Brian D's mother. I can find out how long that lasted, what other communications took place after that specifically as well. I understood that this young man's mother was Spanish speaking and that Chief Vera, just being who he is, wanted to make the notification. He did. And I can find out specifics, the length, how that was done.
I guess if that's the extent of your presentation, I don't know, Commissioner Meredith, if you had any additional questions. Commissioner Carrillo?
Not at this moment.
Commissioner Terry?
I don't have a real question. It just feels very disappointing, to say the least. And I don't think any of us would, if we were in his mother's shoes, would be satisfied with that. If that was my son, it just feels very, very disappointing, and I just want to share that.
Commissioner Carrillo?
Thank you, Chair. And just for the record, Brian's mother's in the room. So I think just to be sensitive about her loss and the pain that it's caused, not only her, but the community as well. And I'm a little surprised actually that the chief was the one who made this phone call, but I'm sure the mother will be here to clarify anything about what actually happened in that phone call. Because what we got was that it was a very no, it was a very insensitive way of informing a mother that she had lost her son. Kind of goes from there.
Canales?
Just when you said you could get this information by tomorrow, will you be sending the director when email and then
Yes, ma'am. I will get an email together based on what we're able to obtain. And I hope to have that by the end of today, depending on what time I get back. And yes, that is what will happen.
were you given notice of these questions that were going to be asked of you for today? And if you were, how much time notice were you given of these questions?
I did receive notice of the questions. I'm responsible for answering the questions. I had the questions on Friday, it's Friday, but regardless of when I received them, I am responsible for responding on behalf of the department. And those were unfortunately sent today. I take full responsibility for that. And I do want to say to Mr. Diaz's mother, we are so sorry for your loss. I certainly understand. I've lost a younger brother. I saw my parents lose my younger brother. I know the pain that goes with that, and I'm certainly that is not lost on me. Certainly. In my prayer.
Mr. Mundo?
I don't really make personal comments that much at these meetings. So data-driven, focused. But Senora Diaz, lo siento mucho. One of the reasons I do this work is because my brother was murdered my second year as a probation officer. I went back to work too early. I was angry. I tell you, it was the only time in my life that I saw youth in the. So I quit. Can't do this work with that in your heart. Fortunately, back then, Barry J. Nardoff asked me to do a leave of absence so I can. But there's something I'll never forget about my son, my brother's death. He's driving up to my parents' house that morning because I was notified first, and I was. The detectives notified them about the death, insinuated that my father was involved in drug dealings because he was a Latino man living in Walnut in the beautiful 3,000 square foot, 2-story house. I'm not sure what hurt more to this day. The death of my brother or the way he was told. But I know that it's a moment that I'll never forget when he shared and read the story to me. It sticks with me. I hope that the policy that this department has for this will never, ever be employed, never be used. It's hard, and I know that. And I understand, and I'm glad that answers. And I get that that you're restricted. I get that. But having honest answers, and sometimes they're not the answers we want. It's a system that's set in motion, but I like to get clarification about how the family was notified because we're hearing two sides, two stories. The part that Chief Guillermo was, Rosas was the first one. So that would be part of the healing process, just to get a really understanding what occurred. And what improvement, the training has been done since.
Chief Deputy Epps, I understand that you received these questions last week and that you're new to this position. But just from like a department perspective, these questions were asked and shared on November 13th of 2023. So it's weird to me, and weird is probably the absolute wrong word. It is unacceptable to me that what it sounds like is you're the first person to be looking into the answers to these questions. Brian Diaz passed away in May of 2023. That is well over 6 months ago. People should have been looking into the answers to these questions no later than May 10th. And that we're sitting here on January 11th without answers to the most fundamental questions that are rooted in the humanity of young people and the way we acknowledge that. That's what this is. Asking how you communicate to family about the passing of a young person is not about some stupid protocol. It's about the way we acknowledge the humanity of a young person and the love that people carry for them. I am so disgusted. I'm a parent, probably first and foremost. To lose a child in any capacity, to bury my child would be soul crushing. To know that that happened in someone else's care, to know that that happened in an institution's care that was charged with healing him, with rehabilitating him, and instead killed him, is unacceptable all on its own. And then to come here and to not have a single person, I get if you don't have those answers, but that there is not anyone else in the department who has answers to a simple question about how Brian's passing, and frankly, he was murdered by the system, how his murder was not communicated or how it was communicated to his mom. I'm at a loss. We should all be embarrassed that we're sitting here without answers to these questions. We're at 2 months since these questions were first asked of the department. I get that you're saying the buck stops with you, but it doesn't. I'm so sorry. So sit to you, Krish.
Thank you. I do share all your emotions. Be hard to keep them bottled up when I start to feel them like that. So thank you for expressing. I often try not to, but they deserve voice. Having said that, I want to make a comment that I'm going to come back to when we discuss subpoena power. And that's that our body has specific tasks that include investigating critical matters, engaging the public, and compelling data and testimony. And that interest is what we're trying to pursue right now by finding out what happened, what's continuing to happen, and to share that with the public. So that's our duty, our goal. I understand that the department's concern is since you're not actually investigating this yourselves, it's not tainting the investigation. It's really probably just exposure to liability. But those are interests that are cross purposes. So the response, we don't comment on pending litigation, is expected. and highlights that we are at cross purposes sometimes. And I think this is exactly the kind of situation where we need to be issuing subpoenas. We need to be getting third parties involved, and we need to be doing what we can to force the department to give answers other than we don't comment. And that's just the nature of the way our institutions are set up. So when we come back to this, I am going to be wanting to talk more in detail about how this commission sues the department to force them to give up data. And I don't mean that to be confrontational or an expression of frustration or anger so much as that's the way the system has to work. So we're going to come back to this again at a later agenda item.
Mr. Lewis?
Other than acknowledging Brian's mom in the room, telling her like we're not gonna let this go until you feel that it's been adequately addressed. We'll continue to push forward.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Carrillo? Oh, sorry. Oh.
Thank you, guys. Ms. Epps, I just want to stress a couple things. You know, we've been here for a number of years now, and we've seen the musical chairs on the department side, and you're the latest in that chair. And this is not an attack on you or criticism, but we have, at least I have, lost a little bit of confidence in presentations that either don't get followed up on or you're the mouthpiece to protect the department as a whole. And I understand that. I'm sure we as a whole understand that that's just the complexity and things you can say and can't say. What has happened since Brian's death continues to happen. There has been children who have been OD'ing, rushed to the hospital post his death. I agree with this body here, this commission that I'm part of, that we need these answers about policies and responses and who did what and who said what. But what is of more concern is making sure that these youth not ODing, potentially once again dying. My commissioner is talking about the tragedy of losing a child on the inside. But dad too, I'm tearing up too. But how is it possible that we're not even focusing on the actual problem of making sure these things don't happen again? And we've been at the brink, at the verge of it happening over and over and over since then. So I know you're here to talk about policies and manuals and what actually happened. But I hope you also take back to the department that this is an ongoing problem that everyone is watching and everyone is aware of.
Yeah, I just want to point out, this is not on you, this is not on the chief. This has been a long history. I'm probably the longest serving commissioner for 23 years doing this. It has historically been a problem to get information from the department, as you've seen today. I understand you and Cash and Scott are all saying you're going to get to us in a timely manner, and I believe in that. But the frustration you're seeing here is because of what has happened, because this request was made in September and to bureau chiefs that were here. So who I'm going to hold responsible are the bureau chiefs that were here that didn't respond. That's where I look at it. So it's not focused on you, Chief Scott. It's focused on those that were here that failed to act.
Thank you. And I just also want to make a comment that while we're hearing this and while we're asking questions about Brian and the circumstances that occurred, all the other unnamed youth that are continuing to just live in torment, that are continuing to utilize the numbness of drugs to get through what they're going through. I think one gentleman came up here and gave public comment about how bored they are, about how frustrated they are. And when do we begin to provide them the tools to make different choices? When do we begin to give them life skills for when they leave? And what about all the youth that have left and have died of overdose after they've left? This is ongoing and it's so much bigger. And I look at Brian's mom and I think, you know what? This is the beginning for Brian, his loss, but that it goes on to help so many more, because this is about such a bigger problem. And so, I just hope that we're able to look at this situation to get the answers that we need, and also to begin to look at the youth that are inside, that are tormented, that are bored, that are frustrated, and that need tools, that need resources, and that need what works for them. Just because one program doesn't work for them doesn't mean that that youth is a failure. It means that we are failing them by not providing them the programs that work for them, because we all have different gifts. We all have different needs. One answer should not be the solution for all.
Commissioner Canales, did you want to respond, Chief Deputy Epps, or?
So I want to say we completely understand as a department that we have lost public trust. We are working hard every day. I know we hear a lot of things about the staff. I'll echo what was said on the call-in. We have countless staff who come to work every day. They do this job. It's very hard. They don't call off. I have many people that show up despite people calling off, despite the circumstances, that are also committed to the change that is coming in the department. We understand we have to work hard to restore public trust. We care very much about the children that are in our care. Understand that this is one of the highest honors and responsibilities that you can be given, not only as an individual, but as an agency to care for children. I know when I'm away from home, what's happening with my kids when they're younger, they're adults now, but what's happening with them, what are their teachers doing, what are their coaches doing? So I understand that on a very deep level. But again, we are working to restore that public trust. I don't take this personal. I understand there will be questions to answer. We will not always agree, but we will agree to disagree, and we will do what we can when we can to be accountable and to give you the answer.
With that, I think we'll move to public comment. Wendy, do we have any written or live public comments for item number 7?
I don't actually believe that there was any written public comment. Commissioners are asking for.
Good morning.
Give me just a second, Javier, please. I'm gonna go forward. Commissioners, you're welcome to walk around if you need to.
Again, I'm so sorry. But due to time, we're gonna try to limit public comment to 1 minute. Really, really sorry.
Thank you.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to turn on my phone with the beeper so that you can hear it. And I'm going to ask you please to stop speaking when the beeper, like soonish after the beeper stops, so that I don't have to interrupt you. If you could help me with that, I would greatly appreciate it. I will interrupt you if you don't stop talking, but I'd love for you to be able to wrap up your thought since you can't see the timer. So yeah.
Because Brian's mom is here and this issue directly pertains to her and her loss, I would like to elevate her to a panelist so that she's not limited to the time constraints.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Um, and that is the struggle, right? Setting and really dealing with what this is about. And you could see a glimpse of it, right? You spoke about losing your brother. You spoke about losing a brother and worried about your children. They were going. We find those moments, humanity, because if we've lived on this earth long enough, we've all felt what that pain feels like of losing a loved one. And it's unfortunate that this is the setting where we have to be speaking on these issues. But Sister Epps, what's your first name? Kim, this is Marlene. Scott, this is Marlene. And we're talking about protocols of reaching out, and she's available, we're available. We're gonna do after this, we're gonna go celebrate Marlene's birthday. Today's her birthday. When I asked her, what is it that you want for your birthday? She said, I wish I could just have things that Brian had died. And I said, well, we'll ask him for it. But more than likely, they're going to say, you know, it's evidence and can't hand it over. And because that's what happens with systems that don't deal with the real issue. Systems inhumane. Systems can be broken, some beyond repair. All of these systems are led by human beings. And that's what we're trying to establish here. The protocol of reaching out to Marlene, she'll tell you what happened. She'll tell you what didn't happen. I can tell you that we were fortunate that they allowed us to have a memorial service because we pushed for it. They're at the chapel with the 11 young men that were in the unit. Brian died. Because the very first thing probation did was separate them into different units. I can tell you that the protocol that probation has is failing today because you're not in relationship with Marlene. The protocol isn't one call. The protocol is being in relationship with people. And it's the same for the work that we do. I worked as Scott. I've known Scott for 3 decades. I was a chaplain at Juvenile Hall for over 20 years. We can talk about protocols. Brian left one poem that I was lucky enough to share with all the youth in the chapel after he passed away. The following day, I was at the service for Brian with his family. I shared that poem there as well. Share it again and share every opportunity I have. This was the question that I asked my nieces and nephews after I asked them, you know, what do you want for Christmas? And they came back with PlayStation 5 and all of those. Brian, this is his last poem. And he titled it Till We Meet Again. The only woman I love are my mom and my wife. One is by blood, the other by our bond. They both mean a lot to me. If I could go back in time and relive my life, I wouldn't change anything. Because our memories overlook all the negativity. I miss both of these women so much that I would give up my life to spend a day with them. But until that day comes, it's till we meet again. So I'm going to ask the people that have the authority to make decisions how you're going to respond to Marlene's loss and continued suffering. That you consider that that's the last day you're going to be here. That some spirit, God, the universe granted you that gift of knowing this is your last day here. How are you going to respond? I asked Marlene if she wanted to say anything. She said, no, I don't know if it changed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Javier. Thank you so much, Marlene, for being here. And with that, we'll start public comment.
I'm going to ask folks to take some deep breaths. Place your feet firmly on the ground and pull from Mama Earth's power. So much gratitude to Madeline and Javier for speaking possibilities, and for the folks that have power to create motions that move things from start to finish. I heard a follow-up meeting using first names for direct communication of what happened, how it happened, with as much information as possible. Without rooms that are too small, without cameras, without laws that choke us from being in relation. Want to suggest a couple of other motions. If my time runs out, I'm going to try and come back again. Immediate release of youth out. What happened with young people? Yeah, let me hear the ding. No, I know it is.
I'm going to actually wait to let you start and then I'll start it.
Ready? Brian's death could have been prevented by alternatives to incarceration. The system is designed for us to fail. Once they get you, they never want to let you go. I'm firmly incarcerated and living proof that YJC and other youth community centers who are invested into youth in our communities daily are who should guide and nurture us into the people we need to be. There's so many reasons why our young people take matters into their own hands. They are not supported as a mental health, ways to cope, healing childhood trauma, addressing how trauma can create long-term habits and prevention of these things, which I did all at YJC. Whatever mistakes was made, he didn't deserve to lose his life. In my generation, we expect death calls from being out on the streets. For this mother to get one while her son is in your care was crazy. This mother needs answers, and she deserves for you all to hold yourselves accountable.
I like to place myself in the shoes of others. I find myself doing that often. What a hard path to walk and the pain unbearable. With no answers except an apology from probation, what has changed since the death of this young man? Make your apology mean something than just an empty words. You say you're sorry, but go back to the same treatment, same behavior. Just doesn't seem like a real apology if you go back and continue the same practice. As a mother, for those who failed a child, an apology doesn't suffice to losing someone so priceless. I would expect a lot more. I'd expect my son to be honored in the right way, and for the new appointed leaders who have the power and responsibility to do so, make the changes that need to happen. You have a whole community of kids counting on you, and we're all watching every move. And so far, nothing much has improved.
Juan Gomez. I'm with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I've been home for 6 months, and 12 years ago, I was in Barry J. Nider. And I just would like to emphasize the need to see us just as a failure, see us as humans. because the many things that were wrong when I was there, they still wrong today. And I would like to say that I can only empathize with her loss, with his family. So I'm more I have losses myself, but I cannot understand. I cannot because it's a unique experience. Um, and I stand here today because I care, not because the system was designed to rehabilitate. Because I made that decision.
Welcome home. Thank you.
My name is Giovanni Hernandez. I'm an advocate with the Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I've been home for about 6 months. Recent exoneree, and I was released from after 17 years of incarceration for a murder I did not commit. That being said, this hits home because in 2016 I overdosed off 7 grams of heroin. I was on the other side of the drug problem. It was introducing, and I've been doing it. I was doing it for since juvenile hall and jail and prison. Why? Because there was no hope. Very easy to do it. It's because of staff, the environment. It made it that easy to do. And this is home because I mean, God's grace, I made it. You know, I was hooked up. I was sent to the hospital. I was hooked up to a machine breathing for me. I was being fed through a tube down my nose. I hooked up to so many cables, so many tubes, and I was in the hospital for many days. And it hits home because I know that I couldn't have made it. There was that possibility that my family could have experiencing that loss. But one of my prayers to the Diaz family and having this.
Thank you. We've been reading about your story. It's nice to meet you in person.
So yeah, I want. So yeah, my how y'all doing, Jacob Jackson? Some Just Coalition. Mine starts off. If you've had the resources in the community, you shouldn't have been in there. Even when they do interact with law enforcement, upon arrest, they should already be equipped. Investigation in your facility shouldn't take no longer than 3 years legally. But I hope the process on how we investigate a level is expeditiously a smooth process. I hope we learn from all the depth last year. See as if we can hold our own officers accountable. I mean, and see it as it can't hold our own officers accountable, just like criminal. County shouldn't be slow to rush the extra mile. Have resources at the tip of your hand. It has taken this long, 8 months for Brian Diaz's mom to find out what actually happened to her son. As soon as she's been coming up here with nonstop with community. Multiple mothers and families express her concerns with her on how their loved one has been handled on the inside. My mother losing her son, the same grievance process, and still hasn't healed. My brother was killed and left for dead by the sheriff. My mom only
That's
received
your time, Jacob. Thanks so much for coming today.
I just make sure all youth actually have an exit process plan.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here, Brad.
I would like to start by having a moment of silence for all the young people that have lost their lives inside, whether a physical death or social death. My heart goes out to the Diaz family. I cannot imagine having to travel to come find out how your child was essentially killed. Yes, I said killed. Because probation is aware how toxic it is. That's why folks keep calling out. The adults get to escape, kids do not, and that is a true disservice. I can't help but feel that Brian might still be alive if we invested more in youth development programs. No one gets incarcerated because a lot of times the reason why people get locked up is because their communities are under-resourced and over-policed. Every young person should have access to mental health support, college readiness classes, trade classes, centers that they could go to that would support them in their personal goals. Probation has shown time and time again that they are not the ones to hold this honor. Community-based orgs can and should. I would also like to say that as someone that works at a community-based organization, we take care of all the kids that probation throws away. They thrive. Thank you.
Thanks for being here today.
Brian was full of life,
dearly, and mother was failed. That I feel grief for. Um, I just want to say that it can't just be about a job or protocol. It needs to be about love and empathy and compassion. And I do like Ms. Kakani said, I said your name right, is put yourself in their shoes. What if that was your child? What pain would you feel? How would you want to be treated? She was failed and there is no excuse. But let's move forward. How are we going to treat people from here on out? Why do we do this work? It has to be love driven. It has to be compassionate. It has to be caring. It has to be because you want the best for the youth. You want the best for their family. You want them to be in the best situation. What is the reason why you do your job? It can't be about protocol. It has to be about love. So I urge you guys to consider that and to show it on a daily basis and to check yourself and your motives. God bless you.
Thank you so much.
My name's Joseph, and I'm a recovering addict. March 3rd, actually March 2nd. This one hits me because like I go in and I've met Brian that have overdosed with Brian. One busy right when I walked in. I have an eye for addict. I just stick out, right? Just on a nod, and like it's clearly like probation. He overdosed, and he's just it hits me. And I wanted to read this literature from Products Anonymous. Most of us do not have to think twice about this question. No, our whole life and thinking was centered in one form or another. Getting and using, finding ways and means to get more. Live to use and use to live. Very simply, an addict is a man or woman whose life is controlled by drugs. There are people in the grip of a continuing and progressive illness whose ends are always the same: jails, institutions, and death.
Can I go again?
Great.
Well, good afternoon. I think it's still morning. Good afternoon. My name is He's leader with the Arts for Healing and Justice Network and a member of the LAIC. I just want to say, commissioners, want to see if y'all can help us create a motion that can move things. One being the meet of youth here, transfer dollars away from that assists each youth safety and transportation. And the third one is to work with DYD YES teams, work groups for full cooperations with POC and probation, led by YES teams, work group community members.
Thanks for being here, Mike. Okay, we're going to move to online comments. This is our list. Look for online comments. Okay, we're going to open the line for Armando Gutierrez. You probably need to unmute yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to say that as a $1 billion entity, probation is an embarrassment to not have answers 6-7 months after Brian's death. On the agenda, it was listed that the Chief Vera Rosa was going to attend and present on this agenda item. Obviously, he's not there, so I'm speaking directly to him. Chief Vieira, if you could possibly facilitate and grant Brian's mom's wish to give her the personals that every minor has that have nothing to do with the drug use or the investigation, please do so. Ms. Epps, if you can facilitate that, that would be awesome. As you know, you would want any of your kids' personal belongings after a death. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure there's nobody else in the room who so much for coming.
Um, my hope is that we have something that resembles an answer to even one of these questions that were posed back in November, but in theory were relevant and present back in May. I know that this felt wildly lacking to all of us here, and no doubt to Brian's mom. And so I do hope that there is some sort of accountability to that feeling, and some responsibility that the probation department holds. I think maybe just I'll leave it there. I know that we've been going for a long time, and folks probably need to stretch their legs. We still have a number of really important agenda items, but just want to give folks a 10-minute, maybe I'll say, oh, sorry, Commissioner Lewis.
So wanted to share with you outside of this with other things that are happening too. So one, working with the Department of Mental Health and Probation, we are deploying 6 of our therapists that work with our formerly incarcerated members in our offices that are being cleared right now to go into Berry J and work with our young people. These are MSWs that work every day with our young people that are currently in the community. So that's one. 2, in the room, we have 2 our drug and alcohol credible messengers. One is waiting. Jason, stay standing, please. Norm, stand. Norman is going in now, and so they're working directly with the young people that have issues or that are using drugs that are struggling with this issue. HDA also has 2 that they're deploying to work specifically with these youth. So there are things that may not be being mentioned that you may not be aware of, but these are things that are actively happening as ways for us to figure out solutions. So one, I want to thank both of you coming. I asked you 2 to come here. I actually put Norm out so he could see some of this, know what happened, because he was not working with us this time. He's been working for some time with therapeutic communities in drug and alcohol, but also so that he understands, he knows the urgency by being in there, but also understand the urgency by seeing Brian's mom and the pain that's just clearly felt in this room. So figuring out ways to create solutions so that this never happens again. And that includes all of the stakeholders, in my opinion, being involved both on the inside and on the outside. Because here's the reality that's national and not just us. Across this country right now, fentanyl is killing a lot of our kids that are not incarcerated either. This is a real issue. And I'm not trying to change this, but I've been in some meetings. I was in Sacramento the last few days, and I met a lot of people who had lost children in our high schools. I think that it's not going to touch our kids that may be in these facilities. It's a real thing. And so one of the things we have to do is when we see these things, us, not probation, us in the community, we have to figure out solutions to work together to make sure that our kids don't just like dynamite. It's really dangerous. And so again, I want to thank you, but also wanted to just inform you of some of the things that are happening in real time, find solutions to help our young people.
Okay, with that, I think we'll break for about 10 minutes so folks can use the restroom, stretch their legs, and then we'll be coming back for an agenda item connected to higher education.
Right. So we have 2 main content agenda items left, the Rising Scholars post-secondary and post-secondary conversation, and then the use of force backlog conversation. So please rejoin us in person or online.
Hello. I can't tell. Thank you, commissioners. All right. So we are going to move back. Sorry. Oh. All right. So we're going to go back to our regularly scheduled agenda order and move to agenda item number 5, where we will discuss and take appropriate action on post-secondary education options, including the Rising Scholars Network Juvenile Justice Grants Program, referred to as the Rising Scholars Network, and probation's involvement with the colleges that will be receiving funding from the Rising Scholars Network. Joining us are Southern California Regional Representative Javier Rodriguez from the California Community Colleges Rising Scholars Network, Angeles Zaragoza. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm just reading all sorts of things incorrectly, so just bear with me. And from the Probation Department, Senior Director of Education Services, Jesus Corral. And I believe that there are 2 folks from LACO who are also available to answer questions. But I will turn it over to you, Javier and Angeles and Jesus. Thank you for being here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for having me here today. I guess before I start, I just want to take a moment of silence for Brian Diaz. I felt that the way to honor Brian today for the next few seconds. Thank you. So good afternoon, POC, or good morning, Chair and committee members. It is an honor to be here today. My name is Javier Rodriguez, and I am one of the 3 regional coordinators for the Rising Scholars Network. On behalf of the Chancellor's Office, I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to share the current work that is taking place within the Rising Scholars Network. Before I move on to the program overview, I would like to take this moment to acknowledge the representation that we center in the Rising Scholars Network. Not only am I the subject matter expert, I am also the subject after experiencing incarceration as a youth growing up in Los Angeles. The California Community College System served as a vehicle for social mobility, not only for me, but for my peers who share similar lived experiences. As a proud alumni of Los Angeles Southwest College, I transferred to UCLA and earned my bachelor's degree in anthropology and my master's in social work. And I am currently enrolled in the Doctorate of Education program at UCLA. My research and personal testimony demonstrates that more advanced degrees a formerly incarcerated person attains, the less likely they are to recidivate. Now to discuss the program overview. I have passed out a sheet to give you a quick overview. The Rising Scholars Network is a network of California community colleges committed to serving incarcerated and formerly incarcerated students by providing degree-granting programs and comprehensive student support services in correctional facilities and on college campuses for students who have experienced the criminal justice system. Justice-impacted students face significant barriers to academic and career success. The Rising Scholars Colleges elevate opportunities for individuals, communities, and families impacted by mass incarceration, leveraging instruction, counseling, financial aid, career center, basic needs, DSPS, that is the Department of Students with Disability Services, priority registration, and more to build generation of graduates and leaders in our communities. The Rising Scholars team advocates for the colleges and works with correction partners to reach solutions, build resources for prospective students, and foster a shared learning environment and a joint commitment to serve and establish pathways into the CSU and UC reentry programs. The UC Underground Scholars and the CSU Project Rebounds are equivalent programs to Rising Scholars and also successfully integrating formerly incarcerated individuals into the university system. We also have bachelor programs and master's program provided by the CSU system to our state prison system. Some fast facts. We have over 60 colleges serving on campus. All state prison systems have one college providing face-to-face instruction. We serve county jails, youth facilities, and federal prisons. We serve over 15,000 students statewide. Hence the one pager, we have $10 million of ongoing funds that provide base funding for college campuses, currently funding 59 colleges. We got an additional 15 million in ongoing funds in 2022 for youth justice grants for up to 45 colleges. Key elements of the Juvenile Justice Grant Program. The 4 key elements of this grant program include full-time college staff member designated to serve justice-involved youth at the detention facility. That was never done before as far as a mandate by the state with funding. There was also now mandated for face-to-face instruction for one class to be provided at each facility that is receiving a juvenile justice grant. And not only face-to-face instruction, but in-person comprehensive student support services at the detention facility, which is all mandated through our Title V codes under special programs, Rising Scholars Network. And what's really great, another element that's really great about this is the dual enrollment requirement, which allows for all youth who are still in high school to earn both high school credit and community college credit at the same class section. In addition to comprehensive transition planning to the local college campus for all youth post-release. In addition, the opportunities for continuous program improvements. The Chancellor's Office, in consultation and coordination with an independent third-party evaluator, will conduct rigorous program evaluation for this model youth justice program, including utilizing our Chancellor's Office MIS Data Smart system, which you all can look up, that tracks retention and completion percentages for this population. The implementation strategy innovations in other jurisdictions have been showing that there's a lot of innovative ways to continue to serve this population. I want to highlight one specific innovation where that's happening in San Luis Obispo, Riverside, and Santa Barbara County, where they are allowing SYTF youth through the furlough process to go to the local college campus. And speaking of innovations, I would like to now pass it over to Angeles Zaragoza.
Thank you, Javier. Hi, everyone. My name is Angeles Zaragoza. I am the SYTF attorney with the Alternate Public Defender's Office, and I want to thank Chair Kakani and the commissioners for inviting us to uplift this really amazing opportunity for our youth, both within the juvenile facilities here in Los Angeles and who are outside and who are on probation will also be served through this amazing grant. I also want to just begin by noting and acknowledging that Javier, it was really through his advocacy in his role as the regional director for the Rising Scholars program. It was in that role and through his advocacy that he fought incredibly hard for multiple colleges, 8 colleges in LA County to receive funding under this grant. The way that they were going to roll it out is that LA County was only going to receive funding for 1 college. But because of his work and all of his efforts, we have 8 colleges that are funded. So every single juvenile facility in LA County is going to be served by a college that is ready and willing and wanting so desperately to get in and serve our youth. So this is really a transformative opportunity for LA County incarcerated youth when we desperately need this. It's about expanding higher ed. You heard about dual enrollment, which is huge for our young people who still haven't graduated high school. This is about prioritizing higher education and putting it at the forefront for our incarcerated youth. It's not just about, cherry picking a couple of young kids who are already motivated to go to college. It's about giving every single one of them in there an opportunity. And the minute, I believe, as someone who's a first generation college student, the minute we start prioritizing this, the minute we start really taking higher education seriously and offering it in an in-person platform where young people can engage with their instructors versus listening to some sort of a recording or someone just lecturing them. They need to engage, excuse me. We are hearing from them. I'm a defender. I'm hearing from them on the ground that they do get bored. We heard the word boredom so many times here today during public comment. It is true, right? And so this is a great opportunity. My understanding is that it is rolling out this spring. So, right now, and we're excited to see what this turns into, right? We're excited to hear about instructors coming into the facilities and teaching our youth and engaging with them and getting them to not be so bored and be interested in education. And along these lines, I also just want to mention something that I've been working on for some time with Javier and other folks that are very much interested in educating our youth, and that is a port to college program where we want to divert our young people from the facilities into a step down program where they are enrolled in college full time, where it's about supporting them through their education, helping them find their pathway, and it is also about retention. So I look forward to coming back here and reporting back on these efforts. It is all very much in the works, but we have the support of the court, and we're really excited to kind of jump off from this grants program and see where we can take it beyond, So thank you so much.
Good morning, Commissioners. The LA County Probation Department was excited to provide the 8 colleges that applied for the Rising Scholars Grant with a letter of support back at the end of May. What we were most excited about is that this program expanded our already existing college program. The LA County Probation Department has been offering college opportunities for the young people in our care, primarily our graduates, for well over a decade now. And these opportunities are a combination of online, in-person, and hybrid. And so the 2 greatest areas of growth with this grant included the increase of, or actually the bringing in dual enrollment. In the past, we really focused on our graduates and we focused on concurrent enrollment. Concurrent enrollment meaning young people that are still in high school taking classes outside of the school day. So that the dual enrollment is a great area of growth. And this grant also expanded the number of post-secondary partners that we have. Prior to this grant, we were doing work with LA Mission College, East LA College, Trade Tech, and West LA College for instruction, and also UCLA. We had a couple of classes through them. And then we also worked closely with Long Beach and Glendale Community College for support, for student support services. So this grant, we look forward to its full implementation. We've been working closely with the different colleges, and I'm excited to be here and answer any questions that you may have.
We'll start with Commissioner Meredith, if you have any questions.
Commissioner Meredith, absolutely. We're working closely with our partners at LACO. LACO is the lead when it comes to dual enrollment. So that instruction will be taking place inside of the classrooms, primarily during the school day. For the graduates, we have space identified at every facility, and the instruction will be taking place there. So it is our goal to always make sure that we have identified appropriate space for instruction. There have been some challenges at LP with the move, but we're working through those challenges, and we have identified space both inside the self-contained units and outside those units for the young people that are able to be moved around a little more easily.
Thank you, Chair. Javier, Angeles, thank you so much for your presentation. I know the importance of education, higher education. Obviously, after I came home, 3 months after I got out, I became a full-time student at LMU. It was the best decision I could have made. At the time, there was many times, I should say, where I wanted to quit. There was a guy named Mario Rocha who had predated me, who was going to, let's go back on the East Coast, the university, I forget now. But so he was an example that you can go to school after you've been freed. So thank you guys so much. I'm a big fan of Rising Scholars. I just I'm also curious about implementation and oversight. Who's doing the direct oversight or supervision of the program to make sure that if there is and there will be complaints about whatever they may be, like who captures that?
Commissioner Carrillo, first of all, before I forget, I knew Mario very well. He was a student of mine when he was at Central Juvenile Hall. So if you still keep in touch with him, tell him I said hello. In terms of implementation, probation is taking the lead for the high school graduates, and LACO is taking the lead for the dual enrollment students. So, and that's the way it's been for many years. So we work with, probation has a unit within the department, Probation Education Services, and we have non-sworn staff at every facility that work directly with the young people. And in addition to that, we also have tutors through a independent company that we work with that come and work with young people as well. So together, they provide the primary support. Some of the conversations we've been having with our partners is now that they have funding for this, providing some tutors from the facilities themselves. We've been working very closely with our partners to provide clearances. Just yesterday, for example, I mailed off, I think it was 3-4 different clearances. So the folks we're getting them cleared. Many of these individuals do have prior system involvement. And so far, we haven't encountered any real issues, getting them cleared and making sure that they're able to come in and provide support services for the young people in our care. So together, it really does take a village to do this kind of work. So between the staff that we have from Probation Education Services, the private tutors that'll take care of the graduates, the individuals that come from the colleges, the counselors and such, and then LACO, they certainly have the staff and the capacity to work with the dual enrollment youth.
Last question about housing. Are the youth who are in these programs, are they housed separately? Are they in one specific unit? Or are they?
Youth in the program are all over the different facilities at the camps and halls. And we serve them where they are. There's, as I'm sure you know, there's young people throughout our facilities that cannot be mixed. They're in different pockets for whatever reason, their disposition for whatever reason, they cannot be mixed. And so we serve them where they are. That does, create some challenges, but we're up for the challenge. And I'm proud to say, for example, throughout COVID, there wasn't one semester where we did not offer college programming. Even in the midst of quarantines and everything else, there was not one semester in which we stopped offering college programming for the young people, primarily our graduates and a few concurrent enrollment youth. But our focus has always been our graduates, and the number of youth that we've served over the years has been in the thousands, and we're excited and proud of that.
I had one question for you. I use my personal experience. You want to reference it now? Is there ever, do you have your own sort of safety net for students who are either struggling, who needs, maybe a boost, whatever that may be, for a specific college student who has just maybe been released and is now going to school? What do you guys do to encourage them not to give up, to make sure that they succeed, and to I don't want to maybe give you too much to consider, but like, is there something there to help them?
Great question. Throughout my journey, similar to what you said, right? You get to the UC level and feel like quitting. It's not easy. It's rigorous. It's challenging. And what kept me from quitting was my peers. I think that organically, the Rising Scholars, Project Rebound Scholars has a community. Stress, you feel you can, talk about whatever racial profiling you may be feeling on campus, or maybe racism that you're experiencing by professors, at the UC level specifically. At the college, you may not see that as much, but yeah, just having the peers and having that support and knowing that there's other people who are going through you and you're not alone has been the biggest pillar for Hopper.
Thank you for your presentation.
So there was a question posed about who's going to be kind of overseeing implementation oversight. LACO's kind of handling dual enrollment, probation's handling the graduates. Do you have like names of people, of individuals? And if they're specific to each facility or if it's, yeah.
Absolutely. The program manager for Probation Education Services is Mr. Roman Williams, right here to my right. So he supervises the senior community workers. We have senior community workers at every facility. And the senior community workers, and we have one assigned to every facility, and they oversee the community workers at every facility that work directly with the youth. And then we also have the contractor, the tutoring contractor that we have a contract with right now, and they have a similar structure, and they work very closely with the senior community workers at each one of our facilities.
So if we have questions or if people have questions, and the person to direct them to is Mr. Williams, or is the person to connect
No,
them to with the individual?
No, it would be Mr. Williams.
It would be Mr. Williams. Okay. And then related to like tracking and data, while I understand that there's been kind of higher education offered for some time, I think many of us have had the opportunity to witness it, and it feels very sad, to be quite honest. It's asynchronous learning where there's zero kind of engage, or at least what I've seen more recently is there's not really anything that resembles like engagement between the young person who's taking the class and whatever video they're watching. I was involved in a program at San Quentin where, you know, professors came to the facility. I got to serve as a teaching assistant, so we would go in and work with smaller groups of folks who were incarcerated receiving those classes. So I just, you know, curious if the vision is for it to remain asynchronous, or if the plan is to do something that's either more in person or synchronous at the very least.
It's a great question, Commissioner. And in answer to that, let me give you a quick snapshot of the courses that we offered in the most recent semester. So in the fall, we offered African American Studies, Counseling, Political Science, Psychology, Math 227, and Spanish 1. Math 227 was in person. And then we also offered through a different partner, through LA Trade Tech, we offered Automotive Technology. That was in person. And then we offered film through West LA College. And I believe that was not in person, but that was live. So it was term synchronous. So you have to log in at a very specific time. So we offer the courses through a variety of different modalities. One of the challenges in terms of offering, and we're very much in agreement that there is a special connection that takes place with the in-person learning, but there's also some challenges with in-person learning, and primarily with the youth that transition. If a young person is in an in-person class, we've offered, for example, logistics through East LA College recently, and this was a hybrid, so it was in person at one facility and broadcast to the others. When a class is offered hybrid, if somebody transitions out, they can continue the class. If a class is offered exclusively in person and they leave our facility, that creates a challenge because we can't bring them back for the class. So there's some pluses and minuses to both, but we have offered in the past a combination of different styles. In working with our current partners, our goal is to request in-person instruction from every college. Most recently, the only actual program that has started that's funded through Rising Scholars is through Cerritos College at Los Padrinos. And that was to just get the program started. So session A of the first semester, we have 2 classes there. They're both online, and those are 8-week courses. And then our goal is to, by the second semester, our goal would be to offer some in-person courses in combination with online offerings. Oftentimes, for our college partners, one thing that they've expressed to us is that they have challenges, especially with lower enrollment when it comes to in-person instruction at certain facilities. There are certain challenges because they do have minimum enrollments that are required in order for it to make financial sense to send a professor. And so we're working with them as well, but it is our goal to request, and we have been requesting in-person instruction where when possible through our partners and through the Rising Scholars Grant.
And are you using kind of like the dual enrollment process? I don't know what the dual enrollment process to ensure or help you reach those numbers?
I don't understand what you mean by the
Well, I
dual
just,
enrollment process.
you were saying that, oh, go ahead.
This question. Is there a reason why high school students and non-high school students cannot take the same class? And if so, what is the policy for that? And can we look into evaluating that policy?
Primarily, it has to do with the fact that, you know, if any one of us went back to, if our high school, if we go back to high school and you said, you know, I'm going to come and do a dual enrollment, there's dual enrollment courses being offered at a high school. And if you were to say, I want to go and participate in that program, it creates a challenge. Some of those, in terms of mixing high school kids with non-high school kids, is there a set policy? Not necessarily, but I know that the practice has been not to combine the two for a variety of reasons. But that would be, you know, we're open to combining classes with LACO, but that would obviously we would need, you know, LACO to be okay with that, especially at some of the camps where the youth live together anyway. One of the things that we put on the table is the possibility of offering some in-person classes and maybe having a hybrid situation where the class is live in one room, broadcast to another. So there's opportunities to do some, offer the same course to multiple populations simultaneously live. And we're exploring all these different options, especially with our newer partners. It's new to them. It's the existing partners like Mission, East LA, West LA, Trade. We've been doing this for a long time, but for our newer partners, just the concept of teaching in our settings is something that's totally new to them. And so we're working with them, and we're open to, you know, trying, you know, different options, so long as it's safe to do so.
So within the same facility, you're saying separating the high school students so that they can view the classroom via Zoom or something like that, and then the graduates experiencing the class in person? Or you're saying between different facilities?
No, what I'm saying is in a setting, like I'll give you an example with logistics. The way we offered that course in the past for concurrent enrollment youth and for the graduates was the professor would be live at one facility, and at other facilities, correct, between facilities, they would be able to view it in real time, and then the professor would move between the facilities so that everybody got the live experience. So one week the professor would be at Kirby, the next week the professor would be at Afroball, and they all got the benefit of live instruction and the benefit of the course. And we got to work with the college, and this is all, of course, pre-Rising Scholars. They got the benefit of the course and had the benefit of experiencing both a synchronous class and live instruction simultaneously. I believe the colleges refer to it as hybrid or high flex. And so, but we're open to that. But in terms of mixing in the same classroom, that's a question I would have to, you know, defer to LACO. I don't know if that may or may not be allowed, but as I understand it, we don't typically mix instruction in the same classroom. And it's the same way that it would be if, you know, you went and tried to take a course in your old high school.
I actually,
The high school analogy I don't think is quite appropriate because it isn't really LACO. LACO, they're high school students, so they're enrolled in the LACO district, but the dual enrollment falls on the college. The community colleges offer the dual enrollment course. They are community college instructors that are teaching the course. Yes, there is a level of coordination with LACO to identify the youth and sharing of transcripts and all of that, but this question really is not necessarily for LACO. I think it really is about bringing in the colleges and having a discussion about what their vision is. How do they teach their youth in dual enrollment settings? They're the experts. They're the ones that should be, you know, planning this out and thinking it through and doing that coordination. I'm sorry.
Dr. Good, I think the model that you're bringing up, it's very confusing because it was not only out of compliance, but that's not going to fit under this new model because now you have the one college that's serving the one facility or two colleges serving one facility. So it's like, how can we be effective in ensuring that we can get an instructor to teach as many students as possible and get as many face-to-face instructions, right? When we know there's limited time, limited physical space. And how can we be effective and efficient with that?
I think Ms. Osborne from LACO might also have their response or reaction to having dual enrollment students in the college classroom setting.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Mr. Powell Osborne, San Luis County Office of Education. I'm so sorry. Pardon me. Is that better? Awesome. Again, my name is Tapao Osborne. I am the coordinator for one of the coordinators for Los Angeles County Office of Education and one of the leads for the dual enrollment. I actually spearhead the academic part of the dual enrollment. So just to kind of bring everything into into focus, as we're talking to our community partners or our colleges, one of the things that there's a clear distinction between dual enrollment and our graduates, right? Our graduate program has been off and running for a number of years, and probation has done a fantastic job. For dual enrollment, one of the things that is required is that not just a college professor be in the classroom, but also one of our teachers be in the classroom as well. So it's not so much just the college professor is needed. We need for our dual enrollment purposes, so for a student to get high school and college credit, our teachers need to be in the classroom. So it's a lot of partnering with that, as well as, items need to be transitioned onto the transcripts. So when we talk about mixing the classrooms, the primary goal for the academic college courses is for them to get their high school diploma. So we want to put them in classes that will help them attain their high school diploma. One of the great things about it is that a lot of our students, due to AB 216 qualifications and such, we really have to give, in addition to our CTE, we also have to give like 4 academic courses. So you want a teacher in that class. We have to have a teacher in that classroom that'll qualify for both. So it's not just us wanting to separate for the sake of separating, but I do kind of agree with I do absolutely agree, excuse me, with Dr. Corral in the sense that high school students that have graduated coming back into the setting to actually take classes within the same classroom during the school day, there's many challenges that presents. As other schools, of course, would not, go along with that, as well as our teachers have concerns when we go with that. So it's not just, yeah, come on in. There's other factors that have to be taken into account. Like I said, our teachers, not just the professors there, but our teachers are there. We have para-eds that'll be assisting in the classroom. And we really wanted for our students, just to be very clear, our students need a lot of support. And we call it, that hot handoff or that hot support. So that's another reason why we have a teacher in there, so that when the professor can't be there every day, but we want that work to keep continuing, right? So the teacher's working with the students. And when we start mixing populations and having students come in and out, it can be extremely, there are challenges that are presented with that. So I just want to just address that. I hope I answered your question in regards to, there are just several challenges, and really we're operating in the high school setting. We really want to focus on our youth who still need to get their high school diploma, but also we want them to have college credit at the same time. So, there may be a option where we could have it in one classroom and then stream it to another. That may absolutely be an option, or to a classroom where the graduates are. That could very much so be an option. But right now, our focus for LACO is to keep our high school students in the classroom with the teacher, being able to get the support that they need, because we're going to have various degrees of learning in that classroom, because we want everybody to have that opportunity to get those high school credits. Does that, I don't know if anyone has to.
I don't know. It actually doesn't make a ton of sense to me, but maybe it does to other folks.
So you're asking what are the challenges to combine? So the challenge, so once again, those students who have already graduated have already completed their academic, their what they need to graduate from high school, their high school requirements. We have students in the classroom that have not. So there may be various reading levels, various supports that they may need in that classroom. We may have a student that has special ed, some other supports that are needed, where another student has graduated, they've already been through all this. They've already had all this. So they may not need those same supports, and it may actually slow them down. Depending on what the course is, it could actually slow them down. Our staff is about what these students need to graduate from high school. So the courses that we're looking at aligning them with are the courses that will primarily lead to high school graduation. Many of these courses, some of our graduates have already taken. Additionally, one of the other challenges.
So are you saying that the problem is that the classes offered by rising scholars won't move them toward, they won't count for a diploma?
No, I did not say that.
They're
Well,
saying the
then
classes
why
that are
is it a
offered by rising scholars, they are college courses, so that we're tying the courses. So for instance, we do English 101, right?
Yes.
That English would account for their English to graduate from high school also.
Okay.
So that's what I'm saying. So we want to make sure the classes that they're aligned with also align with their high school graduation requirements. Additionally,
But wait, the fact that they have to take English does not mean that rising scholars can't happen at a different time of the week and contribute towards high school graduation. So I don't see why that's a problem that they have to take English.
so would
Especially, say this wrong.
No, I think you're right. I think we should just move on.
I think there's still unfortunately a lot of confusion, because I can't figure out if it's like logistical. Because while sure, there are some kids who might have some additional needs or who might have whatever, whose focus is high school, but I imagine that there are some students in the high school setting who are ready to take being offered by Cerritos College or West LA College and kind of engage in that dual enrollment process or benefit from that.
I'm sorry, I think you're thinking that we're not offering dual enrollment. So let me go back and explain. We are absolutely going to offer dual enrollment classes. For instance, at Los Padrinos, we'll be offering it in 4 of our classrooms. It'll be throughout the school day. So I did not want to allude to that. And if there was any confusion around that, my apologies, Commissioner Kakani. That was not the case. We are absolutely going to do dual enrollment. What the question I thought was pertaining was to having the graduates be in the classrooms while the dual enrollment is going on. The graduates have a full, and actually they're going to have a full breadth of classes that that are really keep them engaged throughout the day. So they like almost like a college class, almost like a regular college student. They're going to have classrooms bam bam throughout the day. For the school, the college course is going to be a component of their day, of the regular academic course, if that academic day, if that makes sense. So I apologize. I did not mean to insinuate that we weren't doing it. We absolutely are, and I'm looking forward to it. And we've had active conversations in regards to what courses we're going to be offering in the future. So all of our sites, we're talking about Barry J. Barry J will actually be we'll have our CTE component as well as an academic course throughout college course that our Rising Scholars partners will be doing. So if that was what you thought, I truly apologize. That was absolutely not the case. We are going to be actively engaged. We met with colleges yesterday as well to set it up at all of our sites. So just to let you know.
That's helpful. And you said that they're going to be having, like the graduates will have access to a full day of college classes. I don't know, when I've been to LP or any of the other institutions, it seems like there's one class that's maybe being offered 2 days a week, and the rest of the time we're seeing young folks just sit around in the units without much else to do, waiting for that one class or waiting for someone to bring a laptop. So there's a lot of sitting around. So I just would love some clarification on if it's like a full day of college classes that you all are envisioning, or if it is just like one class at a time.
We offer, as I read off the list earlier, we offer a full assortment of classes for our high school graduates. One thing to keep in mind is that while we encourage college participation, at the end of the day, it is an optional activity.
I understand
Young
that.
people have to, on their own, want to do it. Something that's very exciting for me, and I'm sure Mr. Lewis has seen this firsthand with ARC, is that it kind of builds a culture. I've seen where the young people and Mr. Lewis mentioned the graduates, we've had great success, especially with our longer term youth. And when you think about our youth, there's really, two different pockets. We have our longer term, like our secure track, and then we have our shorter term. Our goal for the secure track is diploma, certificate attainment, transfer to a towards a bachelor's degree. Our goal for the young people in camp is exposure. They're not going to be with us more than 5 to 7 months, so they're not going to be leaving with an associate's degree. They're not with us long enough. And that's great. We want them back in their communities. We want to expose them through Rising Scholars, working with the counselors. They leave with a college success plan. They leave with a plan in terms of no matter where I am. So, for example, if a young person is at Rocky, they'll be served by Mount Sac and Cerritos staff. And the chances that that young person transition back to the Laverne area is relatively small. But no matter where that young person transitions back to, one thing that's exciting about Rising Scholars is that it does create a network where the young person can then transition to whether they go back to the Antelope Valley, South LA, wherever, and there's a warm handoff. And so that's one of the great components of Rising Scholars. We were doing some of that before, but the Rising Scholars takes it to the next level because it attaches funding to it. One other piece that I want to make clear to the commission is that the funding all goes directly to the colleges. The probation did not receive any of this funding. Our role was to support them and to create the access that's necessary for our young people to be successful. The LA County Probation Department has been a longtime advocate for college in our facilities. In fact, going back to 2019, we worked very closely with the Youth Law Center in the development of SB 716. And SB 716, in case you're not familiar with it, is a Senate bill that at the time was carried by then Senator Holly Mitchell that mandated college programming in all of our facilities. And the LA County Probation Department was actually recognized for working on that effort and making sure that what we were doing here wasn't something that if you happen to be in LA County, this is going to happen, you'll have access as a graduate, that it's something that's mandated up and down the state. And so we've been longtime advocates for the young people, for our graduates, and we're excited that now that there's funding attached to it, to really expand this to our current high school students as well.
I just have two more questions. In the interest of time, I'll stop talking. You said something about exposure. And so I guess that's why I don't understand. I think there's something to be said about exposing young people both to the curriculum related to like college level courses, but also exposing them to like a community of young people who are also engaged in learning that. So I understand, well, maybe LACO's position is that it's easier to keep, the graduates in one space and then the high school graduates in another space. And I could be understanding that incorrectly, but I don't know if there's a policy related to that. If there is, would love to see it. But in my mind, it would make a ton of sense to have high school graduates in the same setting as young folks who are still in high school to be able to experience that learning together. As someone who is able to take statistics at a local community college, to be able to be around kids who were pursuing higher education and to be able to interact with them was a really powerful experience for me. So I'm not, again, I understand that there might be special needs and they need additional support, but and if I'm understanding correctly, that there's this need to keep them separate doesn't totally resonate. And then there are a number of other questions that I have, but I wonder if you could just provide those related to like which classes are being offered, in which facilities, when those start dates are, and then also like which classes will be in person, which class will be not necessarily asynchronous, but will be offered via, I think that's synchronous. Just so we can get an understanding, because I understand that you're saying that there are these 7 classes or 6 classes that were offered. When we spoke to young people, the number of folks who said have access, we could sign up for political science or counseling. Like there's only 2 classes. So I don't know where the information is getting lost, but it would be helpful if there was something that we could turn back to and then either ask the staff at the facility or ask the young folks, like, were these classes offered to you? Are you aware that these are available? So if you could provide that information around start dates, coursework, and how they're going to be provided, that would be incredibly helpful.
Now,
If I could, just to put some, just a slight bit of clarity with the difference between dual enrollment and then the college courses for our graduates. And just to reiterate, our dual enrollment The class, the college course would sort of take the place of their school course to be able to graduate. Additionally, when we say it's happening during the day, we're saying period 2. This is the college course, period 3. So, and a lot of times they're in blocks. So you may have period 1 and 2 together. So they're in that one class. So it's not necessarily they're moving every period. So that class just transitions over, let's say at 10 o'clock to the graduate to the college course per se. So when we're talking about having students come in and out, and so it's literally it's like the school day, and that's why we wanted it that way, so it could be incorporated in, because it's that important. It needs to be a part of our students' day, and they're able to get those supports. So logistically, bringing someone in and out, and college courses aren't for 2 hours a day, right? We don't want we want to keep the focus and engagement. So the course is probably going to be about an hour a day. And so again, because we're in blocks, they're already in mid-curriculum. So there's several logistical concerns also in regards to that. But I do want to make it clear that dual enrollment again is happening. It will happen with our students who are currently in school.
Something else to kind of keep in mind when we talk about like a young person saying, I'm only enrolled in 2 classes, the way that we found that the best way to administer this program after having administered it for over a decade now is that our young people do best in a course that lasts between 8 and 10 weeks. Anything longer, you tend to lose students. Anything shorter, it's a bit too intense. And so the way we usually do it is in a typical college semester is about 16 weeks. And so what we'll do is we'll offer 1 class for session A of the semester. I'm sorry, 1 set of classes for the session A, 1 set of classes for session B. So in the course of that semester, the young person will have the opportunity to take up to 4 classes, potentially more. We have classes in the past, we've offered classes that everybody needs based on their transcript review. In addition, we have other classes that we coined the term singleton. A singleton is a class that, let's say, health is one of the 2 classes that are offered this section, you've already taken. So then you'll have an opportunity to take classes outside of the normal offerings. And that's something that we offer to our young people. The facilities where you'll see this most clearly would be Patrick and Barry J with our longer term youth. And then at the camps, like I said, they're there for shorter periods of time. So a lot of it also has to do with timing, because the colleges have their own set start and end time. So depending on when the young person gets there, there's hard dates by which you must enroll. Otherwise, you cannot enroll for that semester. But I hope I answered your question.
And I hope to get that information that I requested as well.
Absolutely. And some of the classes, and we can give it to you in writing, but I can read off the list right now. I have what's already confirmed. Some of these, I can't say I'll get this to you in 24 hours because even the semester start times for the spring vary by college. I'll give you an example. Cerritos, their start time was January 8th. So the young people at LP that started with Cerritos, they could not take the winter session with our LACCD partners because they don't, Cerritos doesn't have a winter session. So they started January 8th. Some of our LACCD campuses start the beginning of February, like the 2nd or the 5th of February. Mount Sac and Citrus start at the end of February. So everybody has kind of a different start date. So we're at different places in terms of course selection. But once all the courses are locked in, I can commit to providing you with a comprehensive list of what's being offered where and what's in person, what's hybrid. I just don't have that yet because we're still in discussion with the different partners.
I'd like to have that in writing. I think it'd be helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay. Other questions?
But then they can't hear me. So just want to say from my experience, like the culture that you talk, first young man that graduated caused a ripple effect of everybody else wanting to grow and graduate. And like saw it, like they were studying together and things of that nature. I know the other thing that I know happened and watched happen was COVID, like decimated. A lot of it is getting started back up. But you've also had like really great results. You got a kid that's in Berkeley right now that left the SYTF. You got a kid, I was trying to get Tony Brown on here. He's in Hawaii with his school, Cal Poly. doing school projects. They flew him out to Hawaii to do school projects with the University of Hawaii. So those are like people that I'm directly connected with and watched. They finished their associate's degree inside, earned full rides to these other universities, and now like as I say, they living their best life and they can longer for education. It's my hope that as these kids graduate with their bachelor's and their master's, they come back like Derek Williams, who's now a firefighter, tell other kids like these things are possible.
If I could just briefly comment on that. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. We've been working very closely with our young people for many years. And a couple of years ago, when the decision came down from the state to, in essence, close the youth authorities and keep these young people in our care, there was nobody more excited than Probation Education Services. The reason for that was because in the past, we would have young people that completed courses with us, and once their case was concluded, they would lead to the youth authority, and I don't know what they had access to over there. I know that we tried at one point to do some work with Ventura, with the youth authority out there, and it just didn't work out. They had a lot of restrictions based to giving young people access to the internet and such. And so we were very excited, and we have had success. We've had I believe 8 young people receive an associate's degree. I have 2 young people, almost for sure, that they stay with us, that will finish at the end of the next semester at Kilpatrick, potentially up to 4. So I believe that having a young person earn a degree while in our care will be a common thing now that this older population is with us longer. Another piece to that is, as Commissioner Lewis mentioned, we recently, at the end of September, celebrated the graduation for 1 student. We had a whole celebration, and in fact, I sent an invitation to the Probation Oversight Commission to come and join us, but it was on the same day as the commission meeting. And I can guarantee you that the next graduation, we'll make sure that we don't do it on the same day as the commission meeting. And a lot of folks went out there. We had some folks from LECCD, from the Board of Trustees, the president from Mission College was out there, and folks were like, wow, this is a big to-do for 1 student. And it is and it isn't, because every young person matters. And the goal was not to just celebrate that student, but there were every other young man at Kilpatrick was sitting in the audience. And I can guarantee you that they were inspired by seeing that young man graduate right there. So that's the reason why we do that. And that's the reason why we'll continue to do that. And we look forward to working with the commission and inviting you out when we have these celebrations. And for the young people that aren't going to be with us long enough to earn a degree, we celebrate milestones, the conclusion of a class, the doing well for a semester. So we hope to work with you collaboratively to celebrate these small milestones in their lives.
Oh, yeah. We'll close out with comments from Jesus.
On what I saw when I pulled the mission before I started this role, was the main service provider for LA County as far as transferable units, and unless I'm wrong, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on that. Although there was other colleges like ELAC, but when I pulled the data for Mission College before COVID, it was data from 2017 up to like 2019, 2020. The success rate was 40 to 60%. To me, in the academy, that's failing. So while we may highlight 1 or 2 students that did well, when I looked at the data, it showed a lot of students were not succeeding. This was all essentially online college. So just to really think about the college, we can provide support. Like we provide tutoring, we can provide online tutoring, we can provide like anything that is really needed. Like if there's a kid, like we don't believe that there's a kid that's not ready for college. We our goal from the chancellor's office is to expand access to all youth. They're all not only deserving but capable, regardless of where they're at. And we have the support. We have policies in place to ensure that these kids get the support that they need regarding any learning disability they may have or not. Just want to end it with that. Thank you all.
Just in the interest of time, we're going to have to move it along. The data piece is super important. I do hope that you all plan to collect some data around transferable units, graduates, and all of that good stuff. And my hope is that we can bring you all back here in the near future where you can report back on those things. I think tracking those things is important for the success of our young folks. Comment? If there are any folks who want to give public comment, pass it to you.
Go ahead.
My name's Julio. I am with Anti-Recidivism Coalition. I just want to say I'm a college student. I'm a West LA Rising Scholar, and I just got out from college right now. But I just want to extend my gratitude to all of you and the resources and the opportunities that I have in college today. I wake up every day saying I love school now, compared to when growing up as a kid in middle school. I hated school. Um, and I can actually feel like I'm going to a field trip and wake up like, yeah, I gotta go to school today, like, and I'm gonna get mine, and I'm really happy, and I just want to say thank you, to the brothers and sisters, every for making this happen, and everything every day, like whatever I struggle with, whatever I had to go through, like support with tutoring, housing, whatever the case may be, I get the support for that through Rising Scholars, and it's really wonderful, and I'm really happy, and I'm really grateful to be a college student and to be able to provide for our youth. I'm a formerly incarcerated youth as well, and I'm really grateful to be able to share that those resources and those programs with the other youth and to give them some type of inspiration because I know if I could do it, they could do it as well. So just thank you.
Please invite us. Invite us to your graduation. We want to go.
Part of my real while incarcerated, I saw people graduating, going to college, and that inspired me, motivated me. Took part of the AA program, got 6 AA degree, my AA certification. I was actually accepted into UC Berkeley while incarcerated, and that's one of the things about having those opportunities, sources, that made that difference for me. And I know when that happened to me, motivated other people to see that as well, that they could do it. The opportunities, resources are very essential in this matter. We never had it in the past. We were told that we can't that was not a part of us. College graduate, have these things happen to us. Very grateful for those opportunities, but we also gotta have to do better and think about our youth as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni.
These are my comments for the kids' education right now in juvenile hall. We're currently stuck in the 19th century education. I know one of LACO's goals is to access a 21st century education, so I would like to see that goal accomplished before discussing colleges are setting new goals in place. My son comes from a private school education. He has a private school foundation. He expresses his boredom with school, calls it unchallenging, states he doesn't have to try. Even if he's wrong, he will still get an A. Receiving undeserving grades or not correcting his areas of error would mislead and hurt him in the future. I want my son to be excited about school again, to be challenged. He was almost a straight A student. His education's at a halt right now. In fact, he's falling behind and would have a hard time rejoining a regular classroom amongst his peers if released today. Being the elected advisor at Barry J. Nydorf, I learned that IEPs are not being implemented, which is a violation of FAPE under 504. Identifying kids' disabilities are important. In fact, they're misconstruing a kid's behavior issues with their disabilities and not servicing them. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Audrina.
Thank you.
Hi, workforce. Don't make put people in the chain and stuff. Um,
Thank you very much.
Hello again. I would like to also share my personal experience. Education, it is power. When I was in Mary J 12 years ago, there was only one college class that was offered and hard to get in. I think that education was not only an outlet, but it gave me purpose and direction. Helped me believe in myself when I came from a seventh grade in my country, seventh grade level education, not being able to speak the language when I was in juvie, and challenging myself because the classes were not challenging enough, right? So I think that be surprised with this youth and when we have these advantages, but don't second guess the opportunity to challenge them, push them beyond their comfort zone. And right now with LACC on the Break It to Make It program, and it is just like it's been wonderful to be able to find myself in education when I was in prison. Like I said, was not only an outlet, but I never imagined certain things that I learned in college books, you know. So I think that it's wonderful to keep these opportunities, especially in juvenile hall, right? And you say long term. Thank you.
I'm back on stage. I would like to yield my time.
For your
I
time.
actually don't think, sorry, but that has not been the practice of the commission. That's
One last time.
Can you just do it for like 30
Yeah,
seconds?
I'll do it 30 seconds. Okay. Now the president chairman from LACO at Los Padrinos, we haven't had many meetings other than the election for me to update any parents or the community. It seems like they've been intentionally holding it off or avoiding to discuss our kids' education. So I have no updates regarding that. And I hope in the future that would change and better education programs are enforced. I would also like to see some of my son's schoolwork and be more involved in his educational practice. I want to see his grades. I want to see what he's learning. I want to see if it's correct and accurate. And I know I speak for a lot of parents as well. We would like to see our kids work too. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. This is really my fault. I did a terrible job of time management. So I'm sorry that folks have been cut short. Okay, we are going to move agenda item number 8, not 8. Oh, call. I'm so sorry.
I think it's Leo. Is that right?
Yeah,
Oh,
that's Leo. Yes.
yes,
Hi.
please.
Yeah, my name is Leo Medina. I'm a professor at East Los Angeles College. And briefly, I many years ago was a young person incarcerated in LA County as a teenager. Nevertheless, I snapped out of it right around 18, 19 years of age, and 3 things changed my life. Number 1, education. Number 2, a job and better role models. Today, like I mentioned, I'm a professor at East Los Angeles College. I'm a tenured professor, 8 years now. I teach courses in logistics and supply chain. I am currently, I've been working joyfully with LA County Probation for like last 5 years, teaching the young people college credit courses, transferable courses in logistics that earn them certificates and can also lead them to a transfer university, CSULA, Cal State Dominguez Hills, and so on and so forth. And I just want to say that being in person with the students has changed my life again. Just being able to be their professor and their role model is a real joy to me. And part of the what we do is UPS is one of our partners.
Leo.
They've came with me. Thank you. Yeah, UPS has been one of our partners.
And again, so sorry. Again, because we are going to lose quorum soon and because time management is not my skill set, Commissioner Mundo for being chair starting at our next meeting. Yeah, I'm a Gemini, if that means anything. I'm not sure. Um, so we're just we might have to skip the item, but I know Al has. There was additional information that was requested that agenda item, including the contract that was entered into between probation and Haral Control. It's a law firm. That I believe Ms. Donnell said she was going to provide, and also if there was any kind of like outcome related to the backlog, just in terms of what review was done, if any trends were identified, because I think that was the point of what the first team was intended to do, was to identify whether trainings were needed, if there were kind of repeated issues that were being noted. So my hope is that whatever information was requested at the previous meeting, beyond just where we're at with the backlog, can be provided. And then I'm going to move us to so as it relates to item 6, thank you. Okay, as it relates to agenda item 6, I'm going to make a motion to that item because of time and like closing quorum. Okay, so I make. Okay, and if we could do a voice vote.
So there's been a motion to table item number 6, which is the use of force backlog, because it's already after 1 p.m. and we actually have a hard out of 2 p.m. Motion was by Commissioner Kokani, seconded by the item. Are folks available to stay? We only have 10 more minutes. Okay, then we lose. Okay, well then we won't table it just yet. I withdraw my motion. Yes. Okay, all right, so ignore all of that. We're going to move to item number 6. Thank you for joining our panel on this item. I don't even know. Okay. All right. For agenda item 6, we'll discuss and take appropriate action on updates from the Los Angeles County Office of Inspector General and the Los Angeles County Probation Department on reviewing backlogs for use of force incidents and the process for holding alleged individuals accountable. Here with us is Assistant Inspector General Eric Bates from OIG and Bureau Chief Jennifer Donnell from the Probation Department. Jennifer, the floor.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I'm going to lean back this way. See me. The information provided to us was that the significant backlog of use of force review was almost completed. I believe Ms. Donnell will be able to provide more accurate information, but I was encouraged to hear that, and also that at Los Padrinos that was no significant backlog, if at all. And she could probably also provide more information on that. So that was encouraging. I've been a part of the investigations. I personally witnessed some of the investigations of the uses of force. There were some concerns regarding the backlog issues where once they were reviewed, situations where there may have been some misconduct, there were a number of cases that fell outside of the POBAR statute, which is the time period that discipline can be imposed. But as far as the process itself, I've witnessed some of that. And although I know there is some concern about how the independent contracting was obtained and the process, I'm not getting into that, but I can say that individuals that I've seen conducting it, very professional, very thorough. It was a good thing that occurred to address the backlog. So I guess that's basically all I have to say. I think Ms. Donnell will be able to provide more accurate numbers as to where we stand, but they've done a substantial job in that incredible backlog of cases.
Good afternoon, everyone. Out. Backlog. Additional pocket. $500. Apologies, I'll repeat those numbers again. Mary J had a total 934, all complete. October. So Juvenile Hall of 900. 2 days ago, 812. Friday last week have been. Has approximately 520 up this month to the backlog review process. Mr. Bates referenced current as of December 1st. LP has effective December 1st. Use of force incident. That's the goal, to show and demonstrate that they at the facility stay current on their reviews. For December, he had 99 use of force incidents. And I checked at the end of the week, they had completed approximately 65 of those reviews. So they're current with their internal reviews, which is important. As you all are aware, it was the the inability to keep current that led to the backlog. LP is now, managers there are keeping current. Asked previously about incidents or of misconduct, the backlog. 98% of those reviewed were in compliance with rules. About 2% were not. That's approximately 35, about 35, about 35, that were referred to internal affairs for additional review. That 2%, my past experience, out in line with when I was over internal affairs. That was about my experience, 2-3% of use of force cases or use of force incidents that would result in a referral to internal affairs. And to Mr. Bates' point, as far as I am aware, those referrals have not been dismissed or rejected by internal affairs because of a statute concern. COBAR has been blown statute, as Mr. Bates touched upon. Remaining of the cases, talk about corrective actions also. There have been overwhelming technical concerns or violations with the cases in timeliness of these processes. And there have been meetings, LP and Detention Services Bureau Management, about trends and corrective actions, putting processes in place to ensure that items are completed in a timely manner by line staff and supervisors and other folks that are involved in oral incidents. So that has been done and adhered to, knock on wood, continue. So that's part of the corrective action. Other trends result in training, will also result in a look at our processes, a look at the documentation that goes into use of force. Someone spoke to earlier, different subject about a lot of the involved paperwork and documentation, at streamlining processes and also taking advantage of technology, because a lot of these processes paper-driven, legacy paper processes that can and should be handled electronically. There's both dual wisdoms. That's it. Questions for me?
I have a few questions. First of all, I find it totally unacceptable that we had such a backlog for just an extended period of time. Part one. Part two is we made a request several times to be updated on it, and this is the first time we get the update. And I actually got some numbers, and the media didn't have any. But we have 98% of these cases that have been reviewed have been within policy. Great. That's 2% that haven't, or about 35. And it says that none of those have extended past a one-year timeline. Is that correct?
Saying I am not aware of internal affairs saying we're not going to look at these cases because of that timeline.
Yeah, they can look at the cases, but if it's been over a year pursuant to 3304D and all the subsections, there's no way they can discipline under that. That's a concern. The bigger problem is that in all these use of force cases, 98% are appropriate. But if there was something that was wrong, we're not identifying a pattern or practice of an employee or not identifying a training need that needs to be addressed. And I do not understand how it takes so long to review use of force. Keep in mind, I come from the law enforcement world where force is used and it is reviewed in a very short order. So I just have not understood this and I find it very frustrating. And that's about all I'm going to say before I get.
Thank you, Don. It goes without saying that these numbers are not what we expected. The first question is, so this LP number here, 520, is that since it's been open?
Yes.
But it's the first time I've heard of the pole bar statute, which is fine. You know, I'm not an expert in this field here. But as the last time, if you can recall, I shared with you a personal story where at this point now, it's been 32 years ago, I was attacked by Officer Jones in Unit R in Central Juvenile Hall, where he tried to kill me. And everyone in the institution who had any sort of rank or file or should have been notified were notified. And I wrote a statement, and I'm really still waiting to hear what happened. My parents were never notified. My attorney wasn't notified. And I referenced my own personal story because I wonder what's going to happen with most of these cases where there has been someone who has been harmed and the wait goes so long that either they get forgotten about, statute of limitations expire, and the number increases. LP has been open now for, I want to say a year, probably less than that, but to have 520 use of force on the books waiting to be looked at is unacceptable. I know we have new folks looking into this, and Don is correct. Practices and procedures for staff members to think that they can get away with it and have been. Look, my case 32 years ago, I bring up when these issues come up because sadly there is no follow through on really my parents. Back to the issue about notifying someone. I was literally at the brink of death in the hands of a probation officer. Nothing ever happened. So I hope something will happen, not only to correct this problem, but to notify the parents that their child has been harmed. Talk about, like, let's look at the manual here or look at the policy. Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up with the point is this 98%, that is a great number. Policy. Fortunately, those officers had to wait a long time to be clear to know that they're in the clear. The second thing is the public image we have doesn't reflect that. If we had that 98% figure out there, that'd be much better for the department's image.
Just wanted to clarify, so once the review is complete, what is the process for notifying families, the youth, and especially if they're no longer there? How does that work?
The families are per policy after every use of force. That has nothing to do with regardless of the reach out to the parent or guardian on record to inform them that they're in custody involved in a use of force. That's policy. Staff are debriefed every use of force incident. That's policy. With the supervisor, talking about administrative review after the fact, after an incident happened, timeliness of collecting and putting all the documents together, and doing that level additional review, next or secondary review, as opposed to what happens after an incident. After an incident, policy says families are reached out to. Now, 1, 2 in the morning. Reach out. We have a document that we reached out 2, 3 times, and whether or not we were able to get someone on the So that's the after an incident, medical, also are referred to Department of Mental Health. We're talking about after all of that is gathered in that.
I think I'm with you on that. I'm saying, so then after that happens and this backlog and things, then what happens? When is, like, does the family get another notification to say, we reviewed it, we finally have followed up, or we had a backlog? So that it's unresolved for the family for the misunderstanding.
Tell them that we okay, or
Well, it seems like there was this, so an incident happens, family's notified, and then it's at some point there was this serious backlog, and I'm imagining some of do people know what happens? Like in his case, he was saying that there was never any follow up. There was nothing was resolved. This was kind
if
of
there's an investigation or something out in
yes,
his
in that
case,
instance,
fits
let's say.
criminal investigation in this case. My opinion.
Okay.
I have a clarifying question. I think I didn't understand this process. So you said LP has been keeping current with internal reviews. They're keeping
Since
current.
December, or December, effective December 2023.
Okay, but so then the 520 is from the backlog, and then you're going to begin this month the review process on the 520. But now as of okay, that's where they're current. I wasn't sure about that. And then the 2% that have been referred to internal affairs, I was referred to I was referred to file a complaint with internal affairs on something I witnessed, I think like 3 years ago now. And several of the directors from the organization that came with me that day and also witnessed the same thing, they wrote letters to, I have copies of them, and we were never given any information. But not only that, when I met with internal affairs in person, they began to tell me of all the rights, I guess, that should we move forward, Dusty Carroll was going to have like an investigator and nobody could talk to her, and we couldn't even ask for like one-on-one type communication, or we couldn't even request training or follow up if there was training and guidelines, because now that they're under investigation with internal affairs, they have all these, layers of protection, which I understand, employment protection, but so that's why I'm just concerned about the 2% that are being referred to internal affairs. It seems that maybe it just stays like in that little pocket and then we never know, like an abyss.
I'm not entitled to know.
See what I mean?
happens to
Okay,
them
so you know,
because they are. It is.
then
your
what
point-
is the point?
To
It
your
kind
point, it is a confidential action.
Right.
But beyond that, right, other overall trends that we are following with this that are coming forward through this review process are being captured and discussed amongst me, SB management over there, and other folks at the facility to start putting in place corrective actions, including trainings for managers, supervisors, line staff, discussions with, we're looking at, everything is on the table. We're looking at visions to policy, to processes. Everything is on the table for corrective action.
Thank you.
I think it might just not be the CEO of a company, something to discipline someone. This is from a bank of attorney. Can't tell you what we did. You might see that person gone. Can't tell you that we suspended them, we took pay, that. Just tell you that we took appropriate actions based on whatever. Even when a person, like let's say we let someone go, decides to hire him, so we see you're the last person that hire that person again. I can't say, well, they were a horrible employee. Like I can say that they worked here from this date to another. That's that like you're tied. And I don't know if that's being conveyed because I'm listening. Is that the piece that we're missing? Because by law, labor law, you can't do that. So is that the piece that we're missing here? Something happens, like in other words, investigation was completed. Information took appropriate action. And is that the piece that we're missing? Or am I not tracking right?
Commissioner, there are many pieces missing. And on Tuesday, there was a motion read in, introduced by Supervisor Horvath, and it was passed. And those concerns are the reason that Probation Chief Vera clearly supports that we need to address the issue of internal affairs investigations. These types of inefficiencies, the backlog, these concerns that are being raised here are the very reason that probation, namely Chief Vera, supports and very much is happy with that motion. And as we move forward, because these concerns.
So usually I pass because I don't process as quick as my colleagues here. And just for the future, and we'll probably again, can we get those numbers? So someone who's a slow learner process and then definite question. I think sometimes we're delayed a little because we're all processing on the fly. And I'm not one of the attorneys on it. And just help a that. It's just we're looking at the numbers rather to write them down and then do some math in our heads. A question, just be appreciated.
So I did some math. And so it seems like between Barry J and Central Juvenile Hall, there were 1,874 cases that existed in this black hole of backlog. How many of those, whether or not they were in compliance, out of compliance, how many of those exceeded that 12-month limitation? And just for the public, there is a peace officer bill of rights that mandates or limits any disciplinary action kind of following an incident to 12 months. So if something happens in January of 2022, and it isn't reviewed until even February of 2023, there isn't any sort of disciplinary action that can be taken, which is obviously a real concern. So of those 1,874 cases, how many spanned beyond that 12-month period?
345 approximately.
And
Off the top of my head, about 11. About 11.
so I think the question was, if Commissioner Meredith correctly, of the 374 that were kind of outside, 345 that were outside of that statute of limitations or that 12-month period. You said 11 were referred to internal affairs, or is that?
I said, I'm verify that, but I about 11.
Okay. So that feels like an important number. And I know that now I believe the motion that was referred to, that was read in on Tuesday, was kind of a request for a third party to either support or replace what it is that internal affairs is doing, because of this backlog and because of, I assume, some concerns around how things were being handled. And what comes to mind now is this recent release from the chief about an incident that occurred in December where 8 probation officers were asked to kind of leave their posts. And I know additional information was provided today in an article in the LA Times around what may or may not have happened. So I don't know if you're able to comment on that, but will it be internal? Will this go through the regular process where it's supports incident and internal affairs will review that, or is this kind of a totally separate process, if you know? Just so we can track it, because I imagine that the public is curious and wants to know, you know, how this is going to play out and what will or will not be shared.
Can't comment specifically on that incident, but in keeping the release statement from the department, it was referred and it's being handled by the sheriff's department.
By the sheriff's department. Okay, thank you. I don't have any questions. Let's move to public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Commissioner Meredith. You know, sorry.
You mentioned changes are being made in policies and practices. Do we have timelines on that?
To respond, and kind of you're just giving these like vague statements without any sort of concrete information. So I guess if and when you arrive at something that resembles concrete information, it'd be great for that to be passed along around protocols that will be changed and amended and implemented. Absolutely.
So working.
Yes.
Thank you. CDF coordinator. My primary concern is with the law firm that was chosen to do the initial use of force cases. I understand it was 98% reported within compliance of the guidelines, but I can't help but to question that number, especially with their background and being defended sheriff. Their use of force cases and state-sanctioned murder, and who are also supporting the probation department in sexual assault cases. So in addition to the motion that was passed on Tuesday, I think it's useful for the POC and potentially community to be involved in deciding which law is reviewing these cases to begin with, even before it may go to IA.
Anybody online?
Sorry, that reminded me that I had asked for the contract related that probation entered into with Corel Control. Is that something that can be provided?
I will inquire specifically about.
I mean, I asked that question of Ms. Donnell when she was here back, I want to say in September. So I'm hoping that you inquired. I know you don't have it. I'm asking if you inquired into whether or not you can provide it.
Did.
Any follow-up, or it just died a quiet death? Okay. Yeah, I know, it's just that I get that it was forwarded to county council, but then when there's no response, either from county council, I'm not sure like where we go. Like if it's like goes kind of like these backlog cases when they just fall into an abyss, and then we're left with, you know, shoulders being shrugged. It's wildly frustrating. And given the reputation, or at least what we know about this law firm, right, that they are also defending the county in the sexual assault and abuse lawsuits, and given that we also know that they were deemed kind of attorneys of the year by the sheriff's department related to their defense and use of force cases, doesn't do much for your image related to trust. So, you know, any sort of transparency around that contract, who the folks were who were doing these reviews, because I know you stated that there were 18 individuals who were contracted with, who also had prior experience with correctional systems, you know, all of that information I think should be shared. It's unclear to me why it hasn't. But we're going to just move the agenda item related. Real quick. Moving on to item 8, at the December POC meeting, commissioners expressed concern about not having received information that had been formally requested by the department, including the information about the investigation into Brian's death that I explained in the previous agenda item. Commissioners asked for the Office of the Inspector General to present at today's meeting about how the subpoena process would work for the POC to use its authority granted in our ordinance to request OIG to issue a subpoena on our behalf. Eric Bates from OIG is here to explain the process. Eric, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And the explanation is quick. As you know, our office is the mechanism for the POC to obtain information when needed. Unfortunately, and I understand the frustration because fortunately the commission has repeatedly requested for information. It's not been provided. I'm hopeful that the new probation staff that we have here would be more inclined to provide some of the information in the future. But as far as the process, our office would issue a subpoena for the records, and the subpoena would specifically list what information the commission is requesting. I believe it's a 30-day window that they are required to respond. At that point, if it's not been provided, an order to show cause is issued by the court, and that would also include a court date where there would be a hearing. And that would be where the department would have to explain why that information still has not been provided. It's a very straightforward approach and process, and of course, it involves county council for but that's it. It's a very straightforward process. I would hope that it would not come to that. And once we receive the information, we would then go over it with provide it to custody of it. County council, see if there's any other aspect.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna just to spice things up. I'm gonna start with you, Commissioner Garcia-Lays, if you have any questions.
So at this court hearing, county council would represent who? At an OSC?
County council would represent, actually, county council represent both.
That's what I was trying to get at.
OSC has not done subpoena yet. Experience with other who have to subpoenas. So it's worked with side counsel to specifically work some of these litigations or subpoenas. We would ultimately be supervising counsel as well. And see what you're saying in terms of if there's going to be an opposition from probation, there would be a different counsel assigned to that silo. Happy to discuss that structure offline.
So so that could be expensive. So it's not something to be done lightly. At the same time, so as I understand the process, we might make a motion, for example, that information regarding the investigation, death of Brian Diaz, we really want some of that stuff. It is actually unclear where I think like what can be released and what can't is not an easy answer. On a third party, the Superior Court could be that third party, right? So that's aside from our concerns about bad faith, right? There are legitimate questions. So if we were to say want to issue a subpoena on that, we would make a motion and it would then go to Inspector General, who will weigh whether or not it's important enough to warrant the expense and all of these other things.
I'm hesitating because I don't think it would be
I have an opinion on the answer to that question based on the ordinance. It appears from me from reading the ordinance that the POC can vote to instruct the Inspector General to issue a subpoena. It's not asking the Inspector General whether they agree. I'm not sure whether Eric or Amra would have.
Well, that was my hesitance because I was going to say, we're not weighing should or not consult with county council and it goes through the normal court process.
So it's mandatory. It's not discretionary once we vote on it.
As far as I'm understanding it, yeah.
At the same time, and if anybody could come to the Inspector General and ask them to ask for data, right? And it would be discretionary. So say, okay, here's the issue. Something comes up. We think that a subpoena should issue. We think that Mr. Huntsman would agree, but we're not meeting for weeks and there's some urgency to it. Is there a path where the executive or some less than a majority group of commissioners could go to the Inspector General and ask under make a discretionary request to issue a subpoena?
The best way I could address that is to say that we want to remember that when we're issuing subpoena for the POC, it's on behalf of the entire commission. So the entire commission has to vote and agree to those actions. We can talk about other ways to work on a specific project in terms of creating ad hoc committees that are for a limited purpose and time around an issue that perhaps the commission as a whole votes to grant them the ability on their behalf to work with OIG on that project and issue subpoenas on its behalf without the greater bodies. So I suggest that we talk about those different options you might have. I do think that I don't want to overstep. Wendy, there are times that there's communications made county partners to ask for information or things by your staff that are different from a formal subpoena.
Commissioner Munda? Commissioner Canales? Commissioner Carrillo? Commissioner Meredith? So I do have a quick question. So if, for example, as it relates to this contract that was entered into between probation and Harrell Control, he asked for it, there was no response. I understand that Ms. Donnell kind of submitted that request to county council and it lives in place. I guess I'm not really sure what the next step is if I wanted to subpoena that contract. Can I just say, at this moment, I would like to make a motion for the issuance of a subpoena?
Yeah, my suggestion would always be to include in the agenda as much as you can about different courses of action that you think you might take, which could include a subpoena, could include asking the department for specific information. That's what I would do. I would agenda specifically to, I would say, yeah.
I understand that's best practice, right? But the problem is we're like months out, you get an email at AM or 10:24 during the meeting. So clearly no one's really working at best practice. So is there some like legal prohibition on me saying I'd like to make a motion to for the OIG to issue a subpoena?
Well, in terms of the agenda item we're currently on, this seems to be characterized as a presentation.
Sure, but I'm just, again, like as it related to the previous.
Sure, and so my only suggestion would be just kind of flesh out, take appropriate action language, like what those actions could be. Arguably, perhaps on those previous agendas, you might be able to say, director to work with OIG to draft a subpoena for our review for the time. But I looking at it and looking at the Brown Act, seemed like there was not maybe enough information in that agenda item as it was written to say like we're issuing a subpoena today. You know, that will or recommend issue a subpoena today. You know, even having a draft of the subpoena could be on the agenda if that's where we're
Right,
at.
but sometimes you don't know what you don't know until you show up here.
Yeah, and you know, I look at so many agendas and I look at board's agenda. It's so lengthy, but I think, you know, it's unfortunate you put the chief's gonna come on agenda item, someone comes to see him, he's not here. But at least
Right.
it's on there. So if he's there, it's covered. You know, like the more we put on there, the more we're
So really, every time we put an agenda item for report back, we should also just include take action, comma, which may include the request for an issuance of a subpoena.
it's not a bad idea. Last minute, but so we can give draft of a motion match.
Questions, comments? Yes.
We have public comment on this topic. Anybody online?
And then we're going to move to the next. Oh. All right.
James Maddox. We're gonna. James, can you hear me?
You now.
Okay, great. You can begin.
What is to prevent a citizen for requesting a copy of the contract?
I think that's the end of your comment, James, is it?
That's the end of it.
Thank you.
Because I go through the whole list of the contract that the department entered into, and I want to know where's all the money going? Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Public comment? We'll move on to take a vote. So agenda item number 9 is to discuss and take appropriate action on updates from the POC's executive director, Wendy DeForest.
Thank you. I'm going to be very fast just because we are asking for a vote on the future work of the POC, including both commissioners and staff led by Dr. Gongora around substance use disorder. I will say Commissioner Terry has left, although she has been instrumental in helping us develop this. And we've also spoken with the probation department and the defender's offices. We've talked with Department of Mental Health and obviously site folks at the probation facilities and the Department of Health Services, in particular substance abuse prevention and control. So something we're doing that's a very collaborative effort, but I think it's the best practice for the commission to direct staff to do the work rather than for us to do it without your approval. So the motion has been attached to the agenda and you'll see there. Before I ask for a motion to approve that though, I do want to say one thing. I haven't shared much about my background in the 3 years we've been doing this, but I actually stopped being a lawyer, like the adversarial, not my thing. I'm a restorative justice practitioner. I like consensus, and I fully think that the development of the Probation Oversight Commission with its power is the right thing. I think the board did a strong thing. I also think it should really never be used. And I think it should never be used, not because the commissioners shouldn't use it, but because it shouldn't be necessary. And because in the sense that we are collaborative effort to priorities, but it is my opinion that I would prefer to obtain this information before. So I really that we will be able to move forward. Thankful to the commissioners for pushing background, foreground to be able to take the next steps around, which I would fully support if that's the way you want. I just hope it. So with that, I will ask if anyone support the motion for us to conduct. Thank you. Okay, so is there any discussion? Any public comment? Do you have any public? Okay, found it. So please vote yes, no, or abstain. Commissioner Canales, Commissioner Carrillo, Commissioner Garcia Lays, Commissioner Lewis is absent. Commissioner Meredith, Commissioner Mundo, Commissioner Terry has left, and Commissioner Kakan. So that's 6 votes to 0 with Commissioners Jackson, Lewis, and Terry being absent. Motion passes.
Item 10 is for matters not posted on the agenda to discuss or to place on a future meeting agenda for action. If you'd like to provide public comment on the next item for general public comment, please raise your hand now on WebEx. If you're in the room, you can approach the front of the room to get online. Commissioners, do you have any announcements or items you would like placed on a future agenda? Starting with Commissioner Garcia. Okay, starting with Commissioner Garcia.
So since I will no longer be on the executive board that helps set the agendas, I do have a request that our next agenda include a discussion of subpoenas and not just the process, but outstanding items and the possibility of issuing a subpoena at our next meeting. I'm not going to make that a motion because we're running out of time.
Last one, that. Commissioner Mundo? Commissioner Canales?
All that
I think you have to. So the people who are listening on WebEx. Yeah.
in our town hall meeting that we had last week, Commissioner Garcia Lays, you raised that you had witnessed a family member getting turned away because the dogs barked at her. I would like to, God, I would hate that it even has to wait for a month though, but I would like to put that on the agenda as something that probation can, I'm hoping rectify the situation and that a family member should not get turned away just because a dog barks, especially to be searched. And I also just want to say on record that I don't think it was in the car or her family member. I mean, money, you know, you transfer money in it for, and dogs bark out of prison. That's just
So
what I
something
wanted to
related to
say.
the visit policy?
Yes.
Yeah. No. Commissioner Meredith?
I just want to point out, as frustrated as I have processes, we have a new chief, deputy chief, and chief. I have seen good movement since they've been here.
I will add one. Deputy Chief Epps mentioned this morning and to me, and I also discussed with Director Corral today about the mandatory education, which is something that I think you had brought up, Chair Kakani, at the last meeting, and he offered to give a presentation and or to us, which we could publish. Leadership says that's a possible agenda.
To Commissioner Garcia Lays is more specific, like request subpoenas, or is it?
I think I feel informed by our county council about how to properly agendize it. She has offered, well, not offered, she is going to review the agenda prior to the meeting to ensure that we.
I guess, any public comment? None. Let's go. 11, opportunity for the public to address the Probation Oversight Commission. Agenda item number 11 is an invitation for members of the public to address the commission on items not on the agenda. Wendy, if you could facilitate comment for us, we might have to leave it at like 30 seconds.
Do it fast, Thomas.
Real quick. Just, I think it's already, I didn't mention the other one. I think it's already an agenda item. You guys look into the policy of how they deal with when minors pass away on a. Also look into how they deal with how when officers die on a facility. Same process to let the families know. As far as I just wanted to mention about staffing. You guys want the new hires to stay, you got to take care of the old. And one thing I told this chief before, I'll tell you guys, start by calling them officers, not staff. So I know the gentleman said he's in the military. You wouldn't call your captain a private. It's disrespectful. So you just start calling us officers and not staff. You'll see people just look at you differently. And they'll take.
Hey, and with that, agenda item 12, only an hour delayed, adjournment of the regular meeting of January 11th, 2024. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting. All right. So with that, we have a motion by, I think, me, and then seconded by Commissioner Mundo. Commissioners, please vote with the voice vote. Aye, no one opposed. Sounds motion carries unanimously. It is now 1:57, and on motion by myself, seconded by Commissioner Mundo, today's meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much. Thank you all for joining. Happy New Year. Thank you for sharing your comments. Follow us on social media. And go to poc.lacounty.gov if you want to subscribe to our email listing and get info about upcoming meetings.